Rogers Center, the Boston Red Sox are in town. John Farrell's Red Sox won in extra innings last night, 4-3. They out-hit the Blue Jays 8-5, and the Blue Jays fell short in their half of the 10th. Take a look at the lineup for the Red Sox. Holt, Pedroia, Cespedes, and then Mike Napoli in the cleanup spot. He's the DH. No David Ortiz for a second straight night. Against Dickey, Napoli is 5 for 16 with a couple of doubles and 3 RBIs. And then Daniel Nada against the Blue Jays this season. They haven't been able to figure him out. He's 9 for 27. He scored 3 runs and has a double. Switch hitting Nada in right field again tonight.
And that is the lineup that Ari Dickey takes to the mound that he will face, trying to improve to 4-0 versus the Red Sox this season. He dominated Boston the last time he faced them back on July the 28th. And his last time out, Ari earned his first win since that July 28th victory over the Red Sox.
Ari beat the Brewers 7-5 in Milwaukee over 5 2/3. Ball and a strike to Brock Holt. Holt scored the winning run last night. He had an infield single with 1 out, stole second, stole third, and scored on the RBI base hit by Cespedes.
Last time out against the Boston Red Sox, R.A. Dickey's knuckleball was probably the best that we have seen all season long. It was dancing, it was moving. Dustin Pedroia was telling us today that it was moving late.
Just like that, that one gets away from Tolley. Holt is headed for first, and there'll be no throw. R.A. Dickey with the strikeout, but the ball got away from Josh Tolley. He wasn't really sure that he didn't have it in that big knuckleball glove. Holt hustling to first base.
Thought he had it possibly in the webbing. Watch the late movement that he gets from this knuckleball. Thought he had it in the webbing, looked in there, it wasn't there, and had to go find it against the backstop. By that time, Holt's going to beat it out.
Dustin Pedroia. 2 first pitch strikes for Dickey so far in this game, and that was a key to his outing last time against the Red Sox.
That's what it was. It was a get over that knuckleball early in the count because the Red Sox like to take pitches. You get them in defensive mode when you throw first pitch strikes.
Well, Dustin Pedroia was really complimentary of the knuckleball that he saw from Dickey the last time. As you were mentioning, Pat, he said it was hard, it broke late, and there was just really nothing we could do with it. Pedroia just 3 for 21 against Dickey. Upstairs. Dickey for the season is 10-12. This is his 28th start of the season. There's a drive to left field. Melky Cabrera will watch this one sail over the wall into the second deck. Second home run in as many nights for Dustin Pedroia. He had a 2-run homer in the 5th last night. And he connects against Dickey here, his first career home run against R.A. Dickey.
Looked like another pitch that was on the inner half, much like the home run that you were just mentioning last night. Last night it was a curveball on the inner half, and he has that uppercut swing that gets the ball in the air very quickly. Let's watch it right here. Ball tumbles over the plate. Pedroia drops that back shoulder and drives the ball out of the ballpark very quickly. 2-0 Red Sox. Plenty of room to spare on that one.
Cespedes takes a strike. Yoenis Cespedes with the game winner in last night's game. He's hit in 17 of his last 20 games. He is quickly behind 0-2.
Boy, he found the hole last night a couple of times. Back through the middle and then out of the reach of Kawasaki at second base. They're playing him a little bit more straight up tonight, which I find very interesting. Last night they had 3 infielders on the left side of the infield.
Cespedes strikes out. Second strikeout of the inning. First out of the inning with that pass ball. Take a look at the defense as Cabrera is in left field. Kevin Pillar was not in the original lineup. Kobe Rasmus was, but he was scratched. We're not sure why. Bautista's in right. Francisco Reyes on the left side. Kawasaki and Encarnacion on the right side. And Josh Tolley catching for the 34th time this season.
And Melky Cabrera has been outstanding in left field this year. Picked up his 12th outfield assist last night. That's the third most in the majors. Second most by a left fielder.
Napoli goes after the first pitch and hits it past Reyes into center. Mike Napoli has hit well against Dickey, as we mentioned. That's his 6th hit in 17 at-bats.
Right back through the middle with that knuckleball. No chance for Reyes. 2 hops and it's by him. In the outfield, and the Red Sox look pretty comfortable. They looked uncomfortable the last time R.A. pitched against them.
Daniel Nava, 263 for the season, a 333 average against the Blue Jays this year. The Red Sox are a dangerous team, obviously. They have nothing to lose, and they can really roll the dice, gamble, take any kind of chances they want. It's been a disappointing season for them. They're 18 games out of first.
Well, I think this is a better offensive team than the last time we saw them. It's a different Red Sox team for my money. They added Craig and they've added Cespedes. No Ortiz tonight because of the injury. They added Mookie Betts. We're getting a second look at Vasquez. This is a better offensive team than the one the Blue Jays saw at Fenway Park.
Certainly a much deeper lineup. Ball on a strike. This is popped into the seats down the left side. The Red Sox coming off a terrible homestand. They were 2-9 on their 11-game homestand. They were swept by the Angels 4 games, swept by the Mariners in 3 games. It was the first time the Mariners have ever swept the 3-game series at Fenway Park. 1-2. Long drive down the right side, but well foul. That's going to get into the upper deck. Both teams took batting practice with the roof closed, and the conditions are much different now since they've slid the roof back. The ball seems to be carrying very well. Nava fouls it back.
Tell you right now, that knuckleball is a little bit up in the strike zone, where Dickey's going to have to get that ball down. Knuckleball, when it's up like that, you just see it so much better. Look where all those pitches are clustered on Pitch Tracker, up and in the middle of the plate.
Too much of the plate for sure. Two and two. Boston has taken a 2-0 lead. R.A. Dickey, we mentioned he is 3-0 against Boston this season. He's allowed just 17 hits and 19 1/3 coming into this game, and had just walked 2 batters. This is popped up and playable on the infield. Ray is calling for it. Nava's retired. The Super Slow-Mo is brought to you by Jose Cuervo, the world's best-selling tequila. Have a story with Jose Cuervo.
Well, if you're a hitter and you're facing a knuckleball pitcher, this is how you want to see that ball coming in there. You want to see it up and you want to see it tumble. That ball wasn't moving a whole lot, and it's on the inner half, right where Dustin Pedroia likes it. And you can see a nice little uppercut, gets it up in the air and out of the ballpark for a quick lead. Pedroia was also saying in that start last time Dickey faced the Red Sox is he was throwing his knuckleball hard. He was saying it was 80, 82 miles an hour consistently.
Alan Craig, the first baseman, takes a fastball strike. 1-1. Dickey has beaten the Red Sox 3 times this season. It's the only club he has more than 1 win against.
Ten wins now for Dickey. When he beat Milwaukee his last time out, that's double figures in wins for the 4th time in the last 5 years.
Inside. 3-1. Dickey struck out Brock Holt to start the game, but Holt reached base on the pass ball charge to Josh Tolley. And then Pedroia hit the 2-run homer. Will Middlebrooks is next. There's a strike. Craig didn't think so. A little bit up, maybe. Boston has gone 1-8 in their last 9 games, and they've stranded 82 base runners. Napoli was off on the pitch, full count with 2 outs, and it's fouled back to the screen.
That's been a theme for the Red Sox, hasn't it been this year? Runners left in scoring position, not hitting with runners in scoring position. They don't have the power like they generated the last couple of years, so they have to hit with runners in scoring position.
Ball 4. Craig takes a walk. First and second, 2 outs, and we'll take a look at R.A. Dickey's breakdown over the course of the season. We mentioned this is his 28th start. First half of the season, bonus batting average .239. It jumped almost to .27 in the second half. Same is true with the ERA. That's
the one that's really scary right there. A full run higher after the All-Star break for R.A. Dickey.
Will Middlebrooks. Middlebrooks had a 2-homer game against R.A. Dickey last April 7th right here at Rogers Center, part of a 3-home run game for him overall. There's a drive into center field. Pilar is on his horse. He's not going to get it. Napoli comes in to score. They're waving Craig. They've got a shot at Craig at home, and they tag him out. Josh Tolley puts the tag on Alan Craig, so he is cut down trying to score. Napoli scored on the Middlebrooks double, but Craig is thrown out at home by Munenori Kawasaki. The ball bounces on the mound. Tolley does a good job putting the tag on Craig to end the inning. The fact that Josh Tolley was blocking a play, it didn't take any time to resolve that he wasn't. Alan Craig is tagged out. Here's a look at the play as Middlebrooks drives it over the head of center fielder Kevin Pilar.
Pilar finally that runs it down, gets it into Kawasaki, who relays home very quickly. The review was about did he give him room? And he did. As he is punched out, you can see clearly he's got plenty of room to slide to the plate. And he is punched out.
This is something that a lot of catchers don't understand. Once you get that ball, all rules are off. You can go block the plate. You can drop down on both knees. Josh Tolley did a terrific job. He gave the base runner plenty of room. And when he got the ball, he cut off the path to home. But it's 3-0 Red Sox. Blue Jays got some work to do. Take a look at the lineup now. Jose Reyes, top of the order. Melky Cabrera, Jose Bautista, and then Edwin Encarnacion back at first base tonight. He's hit well against the Red Sox this season. 7 extra base hits and 13 RBIs for Edwin in 14 games. And Juan Francisco, he has worn out. Ruby De La Rosa 4 for 5 with a home run, 3 extra base hits, and 2 RBIs, so he is in the lineup tonight at third base.
Ruby De La Rosa was really good in his last start. They gave up just 2 runs in that last start versus the Angels. Still lost as the Red Sox were shut out by the Angels. He tied a season high with 8 strikeouts in that game. He settled in very nicely. They got better as the game went along. 13 starts this year for De La Rosa. Record 4-5 with a 369 earned run average.
De La Rosa began his season in AAA Pawtucket. He made 12 starts in AAA before he was called up. His first start came on May 31st at home against Tampa Bay. So he's been staked to an early lead. Let's see how he handles that. The Blue Jays have hit him hard this year. He is 0-2 with an .810 earned run average against the Jays. Way outside. Jose Reyes, a .290 average. Reyes had a single in a ninth inning. Came in to score the first run of that ninth inning. Blue Jays would put up a 3 spot and tie it in the bottom of the ninth. And it all started with 1 out, nobody on.
Jose bounced that ball right back to the middle where the middle infielders collided. And Jose got himself in a single.
Might have been upstairs, but Reyes goes after it. It's a 2-2 count. De La Rosa came to the Red Sox in that trade last year with the LA Dodgers, actually 2 years ago, in that house cleaning they had. There's a base hit for Reyes. He slapped it into left field. Leadoff single for the Blue Jays shortstop. Take a look at the defense in the outfield. It's Cespedes, Mookie Betts, and Daniel Nava from left to right. Will Middlebrooks back at third. His 38th start of the season. Brock Holt was terrific last night defensively at short. The Gold Glover, Pedroia at second. Alan Craig at first, and Christian Vasquez starting behind the plate.
There are 9 players in the American League to play over 100 games at second base. Pedroia has the fewest errors out of all of those players, just 2 in 127 games, 608 total chances. He's in line for his 4th Gold Glove.
If the truth be known, the first error was actually committed before they changed the rules on the force-out call. He was charged with an error when he dropped the ball because under the rule that was in place at the time, he dropped the ball and the runner was safe. Almost the next day they changed the rule.
So should we call that the PD rule?
Yeah, the PD rule. He got it changed, that's for sure. Melky Cabrera is hit in 101 of his 129 games. What a season he's had.
You know what it takes to hit 300 in the major leagues?
I have no idea.
Well, I wasn't asking you particularly. I was asking in general. It takes mental toughness, and I think Melky Cabrera's got that. He has proven that over the years in the big leagues, that he's got mental toughness and discipline to be able to hit 300. It is a long season, and there are so many ups and downs to this game that you have to stay mentally tough, and he has done that.
Boy, he has, and it's so easy to take yourself out of a game nowadays. You get hit on the arm, you twist an ankle, you come out, oh, I can't start tonight. So he pulled the plug, but Melky Cabrera is not about that. He's about playing every day. This is 122nd start in left field. Bouncing ball up the middle and get through for a base hit. Mookie Betts gets it quickly, and Reyes has to stop. Ruby De La Rosa has really been roughed up lately. You take a look at his last 6 starts. He's got an ERA over 5. Opponents hitting over 340 against him, and his whip is almost 2.
I think a lot of the problems stem from his fastball performance. It just hasn't been very good. They're hitting over 300 since July 20th. Those last 6 starts against Ruby De La Rosa, everything has been up. If you see the pitch to Reyes, the fastball was up. He hit it hard to left field. That ball to Cabrera was up, and it was clobbered to center field. Slider hasn't been much better either. He just has to get a little bit more consistent and throw better quality pitches.
Bautista jumping on that first pitch, had a good rip at it and fouls it back. downstairs. Jose mired in a little bit of a slump. He is 0 for his last 14 with 3 strikeouts. That's what you get playing every day. The ABs pile up quickly.
Yeah, and that's why you have to stay mentally tough and mentally strong and fight through those tough times. I think if you have confidence in yourself as a player, and Jose certainly has confidence in himself as a player, you can weather the storm. And you just stay confident in your abilities, and eventually you snap out of it.
It's certainly easier if you know you're an everyday player and you're going to get 4, maybe 5 at-bats every single day. Back-to-back singles to start the game. Reyes and Cabrera. Nobody out. Bautista had a pitch he thought he should have hit.
Yeah, it was hard. And John Farrell was talking about De La Rosa's last start, saying his velocity was better. And that certainly was at 96-mile-an-hour fastball, but it was in a bad spot. It was up. He had a good changeup, and his slider was good at times in that last start.
Bautista's had a couple good pitches to hit in this at-bat.
Well, look where those fastballs are. Jose can turn on anybody's fastball, if you ask me. A couple of them right in his wheelhouse, and he missed them. Fouled him straight back.
Boston has taken an early lead. They scored 3 in their half of the first. Blue Jays trying to answer. Bautista hits it to left. Off the end of the bat. Cespedes is there, and Bautista's retired. Boy, you could hear it might have broken his bat. He hit it toward the end of the bat and didn't get a lot of carry on it.
Change up. He just got out in front of it just a little bit, but again, a very hittable pitch.
Interesting. The last time Dickey pitched here against the Red Sox on July 23rd, he gave up 3 runs in the top half of the first, but the Blue Jays scored 3 in the bottom half against Clay Buchholz. Dickey gave up a 3-run home run to David Ortiz in the first inning after singles by Victorino and Pedroia. Blue Jays came right back with 3 of their own in the bottom of the first.
And they end up winning that game.
6-4. Buchholz was great last night. He left the game with the bases loaded. All 3 of those runs were his responsibility, but he was nearly perfect through 8 and 3rd.
Got a lot of movement, and he was putting those pitches where he needed to last night.
Fly ball to center, but not deep. Mookie Betts is there. Reyes is tagging, and he's going to move to 3rd. Edwin Encarnacion, he just missed a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, but he got enough of it to tie it up.
I love how he stayed back on this fluttering splitter right there. He stayed back enough, had a little bit more power, and that ball would have been out, but kept his hands back and drilled it off the top of the wall to tie it up. Unfortunately for the Blue Jays, they couldn't score Edwin there and ended up losing in extra innings. But that's a good sign right there to see Edwin stay back on that breaking ball.
27 homers and 75 RBIs. Edwin missed over a month, and he is still among the leaders in home runs. First pitch is outside. Edwin is 6th in the American League in home runs. He's 2 behind Mike Trout of the Angels. Nelson Cruz with 34 leads the pack.
And he has done some damage against the Red Sox, as you just saw right there against them this season. 370.
10 for 27 with 13 RBIs, including 7 extra base hits. That double last night, part of those 7 extra base hits. Ball on a strike. Fouled it back.
He had a good rip at that one. I tell you what, De La Rosa better get his fastball down, or these Blue Jay hitters are going to hit it hard. Bautista missed a couple, and Edwin just missed one.
Another ball fouled back. Another pitch up in the zone. Encarnacion looks like he's getting close again. He got a little bit long against the Tampa Bay Rays in the first 3 games of this homestand. He had been very good in Milwaukee. Short, quick to the ball, not really trying to be too violent with his swing. Reyes singled to start the game. Cabrera followed him with a single of his own. That ball is driven to the gap in right center, but Daniel Nava got a good jump and he runs it down. So the Blue Jays get a couple of singles to start. They strand a pair. We'll go to the second. Boston with a 3-0 lead.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet, brought to you by the all-new 2015 Acura TLX. Experience the thrill today at your local Acura dealer. And by Home Hardware, homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
R.A. Dickey set to start the second. Mookie Betts, the young center fielder, hit his second big league home run last night as he drove in the first run of the ball game. A 1-out home run off of Jay Happ. Hit a 3-2 pitch into the seats in left. Boston's pretty high on Mookie Betts.
Yeah, he's got some juice in that bat. I was talking to Torey Lovello, and he was likening him to Andrew McCutchen when McCutchen was a young player for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Said he saw him in 2008, 2009 when he was a young player. He likens him because he's got some good hands at the plate. He's got some juice in that bat.
He takes a walk, and he's a threat to steal. Red Sox had 4 stolen bases in last night's game. They have been caught just once in their last 18 attempts. Changed their profile a little bit with the addition of Mookie Betts and Brock Holt playing every day now. They can run a little bit.
And again, if they can't thump the ball out of the ballpark, you're going to try and steal some runs.
Boston is last in the American League in runs and last in runs per 9 innings. Mookie Betts had a stolen base last night after a walk. That was in the 7th with Todd Redmond on the mound. Christian Vasquez, the catcher. There's a strike. Vasquez, good-looking young catcher. Finished up last night 1 for 3 with a walk. He scored a run on the Pedroia home run. Dickey's very good at neutralizing the running game. very conscious of the fact that his fastball and his knuckleball don't get to home very quickly, so he's got to help out the catchers as much as he can.
He gets rid of the ball very quickly. He does a good job of holding runners on. He's got a quick move over to first base, and it looked like Mookie Betts wanted to try and run on Dickey.
Dickey has allowed just one stolen base in his 27 starts.
That time you saw him hold the ball just a little bit longer.
Check that. He has allowed 4 stolen bases. Only one runner has been caught. And still 4 stolen bases for a knuckleball pitcher is pretty impressive.
In all the starts and all the innings and base runners that you will accumulate over the season. He is quick to home. He is quick over to first base.
2 balls and 2 strikes. That one sailed up and in. Oh, that was close. Good tag by Encarnacion. Very good throw by Dickey. He made it close at first.
He flinched just a little bit like he was trying to go. Watch him. Ari again quick. Yep, you see him flinch like he wanted to steal. But he gets in underneath the tag.
Well, the Blue Jays have learned their lesson about the pickoffs. Edwin Encarnacion went to the mound. Thole went to the mound. They were waiting to see if they were going to get an indication from the manager, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yep, here we go.
You remember the last time this happened, Mark Burley was standing on the rubber. Union Espark got into the box, and it resulted in a protest. And today it was announced that protest was officially denied. Joe Madden filed the protest. Here's the play again.
Watch where the tag is. It's up around the elbow, and from that angle right there, you couldn't really see if his hand got on the bag, but it looked like because it was so high that the hand was down on that bag.
Well, they're going to ask for the review. So we've played 2 innings. We've had 2 reviews. Had a review at the plate at the end of the top half of the first, and now we're going to go to the review for this call. They have ruled the runner safe at first base. And this was the same situation on Saturday in the 4th inning. Will Myers was picked off at first, and he was ruled safe, and they overturned the call. And Joe Madden then protested because he felt like the opportunity for the Blue Jays to review the play had expired once Burley stepped on the rubber.
Yeah, it was a little bit too late. So you're right. They learned his lesson. They learned the lesson by stalling. Catcher went out to the mound. Encarnacion went to the mound. Ari stepped off the mound. They had a definitive look last time on that play that you were talking about where Myers was not back to the bag. His fingers had not touched. This time, as Encarnacion goes to tag him, you can't really see when his hand hits the bag because his foot and his leg is in the way.
They have a decision. They're taking off the headsets, and they will call him safe. Tom Halligan, the crew chief, indicating that call on the field will stand.
And so that's it for the game for the Blue Jays.
They'll have to rely on an umpire review after the 7th. That's it. So they have lost their review process here in the 2nd. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the hitter, Christian Vasquez. Fouled out of play.
He's a good looking player, this Vasquez. You can see he's got just 1 hit. That was last night in his last 14 at bats. But he looks good behind the plate. He's a young player. They got a good one right here.
Off the glove of Encarnacion. That's a fair ball. Mookie Betts went back to first with the possibility of that line drive being caught. He only advances to second, but Vasquez has a base hit.
There's not much you can do with that if you're the runner. You bounce off of first base. It's a line drive at the first base, but Encarnacion just can't get up quick enough. Betts dives back into first base, so he can only move up 90 feet on that base hit. Edwin just off of his glove.
Bautista over quickly to hustle back in. Leadoff man Brock Holt, not showing bunt, takes it up and in. Boston's up 3-0. They have 4 hits already.
Tough to bunt. Tough to bunt the knuckleball. And when you're up 3-0, I don't think John Farrell's going to be playing for 2 more runs. He's playing for a bigger inning.
Ground ball. Kawasaki at second. Reyes at second. Double play. Good job by Kawasaki and Reyes. Holt is doubled up. On the play, Betts moves to third.
Well, that's a huge play. A huge turn by the middle infield. Reyes, relying on that strong arm, clears himself around the bag at second. Guns it over to first base. A big double play. Turn by the Blue Jays.
Wasn't that sharply hit, but Kawasaki got it to Reyes quickly, and Jose used that strong arm to complete the double play. Blue Jays have turned 109 double plays now. White Sox have the most in the American League. They've turned 137. It's not always a good thing to lead the league in double plays. That means you got a lot of base runners on.
Yeah. Good on your defense that you can turn it, but bad on your pitching staff. You got a lot of base runners.
Pedroia fouls it back. It's 1-2 to the second baseman. Pedroia hit his 7th home run of the season in the first inning. The American League average for runners in scoring position is 256. An interesting number that Pedroia is under that average. For most of the season, it was just Pedroia and Ortiz, the only 2 hitters that were doing anything. And Pedroia's had an off season.
Too many holes in that lineup for the Boston Red Sox where you could navigate your way around it. Pitch around Ortiz if you have to, or pitch around Pedroia, or the bottom of the lineup, try to get to the bottom of the lineup. I don't think you can do that now. This team's a lot deeper offensively.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Mookie Betts at third. Do you think the Boston Red Sox got full value for John Lester picking up Cespedes?
Knowing that he probably wasn't going to sign with them at the end of the season, I think getting an established bat was a pretty good deal by the Red Sox.
Double play and a man stranded at third. Will go to the bottom of the second. Boston with a 3-0 lead. Francisco will start things off against De La Rosa. handle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Breaking news, photos, videos, and tweets. A one-stop shop for everything Blue Jays. Blue Jays Rundown only on sportsnet.ca. Another good crowd on hand here tonight, having a good time, and a requisite selfie so we can send it across the world and let everybody know we're at the ball game. Francisco goes after the first pitch, and it's at a mile high into center. If it comes down, Francisco's going to be out. One down. Francisco with big numbers against De La Rosa. Maybe this game 4 for 5 with a home run.
A lot of fastball from De La Rosa. And Juan, he could turn on a fastball. Last 4 outs by the Blue Jays have been all fly balls, which is never a good sign, I think, especially in this ballpark. You have fewer the opposition.
Josh Thole. Thole, the catcher, batting .269. Drives this ball into the alley, but Daniel Nava was right there. There's where that shift really takes one away from Josh Thole. They had him swung around way to the opposite field, and he hit it hard, but Nava was standing right there.
He was the only guy between left center and the right field line who could have caught that ball. But they had him played perfectly in the gap in right center field. Another fly ball out by the Blue Jays.
Another hard hit ball, too.
Yeah. And when you give up a lot of fly balls, that means that the ball is up, and it's only a matter of time. If you don't make a change, that the Blue Jays are going to start hitting you out of the ballpark.
Kevin Pillar was not in the original lineup. Kobe Rasmus was taken ill before the game, and Pillar was inserted. Hits this ball on the ground. Big hop for Pedroia. Easy inning for Ruby De La Rosa. 3 up, 3 down. We'll move to the third here at Rogers Center. Boston with a 3-0 lead. Devon White at the new Jays Shop store in the Toronto Eaton Center. It's located on level 1. The players will be signing autographs from 1 to 2 p.m. So make sure you run on down to the Toronto Eaton Center and stop by the new Jays Shop. You can meet the Shaker, Lloyd Mosby, and Devo, Devon White, all tomorrow at 1 p.m. They'll keep you going, won't they? Shaker, he can keep you laughing. Lloyd Mosby, what a career he had here with the Blue Jays. And of course, Devon White will always be remembered for that great catch. High throw as Francisco throws it into first row. Cespedes, bouncing ball to third. Francisco loaded up with a full charge and threw it over Encarnacion into the seats. That's his 9th error.
got a good arm. That time got under it just a little bit. He had time. He gets circles around it, winds up, it gets underneath it, and that causes the ball to take off. No chance for Edwin on the other end to even knock that one down. It's over his head and then into the seats. So Cespedes is going to end up at second base. You were asking me last inning about fair value with John Lester and Cespedes coming over in the trade. They got a big league bat for John Lester. They must have known that he was going to test free agency at the end of the season. So instead of letting him go, they get a major league proven commodity in Cespedes.
Yeah, and that's a good move by the Red Sox. Lester gave them an indication he wasn't going to sign. You know, there's all of the people around the media and social media telling, well, Lester will come back and sign with the Red Sox. Well, you know what? Red Sox lowballed him on an offer in spring training. We're talking about 166 for Max Scherzer, and I think they offered Lester 4 for 70.
Yeah, 70-something million.
Now, for you and I, that's a pretty good deal. For John Lester, not such a good deal.
And you know what? He went out and proved it.
Yeah. He had a great year. Still throwing the ball well with the A's. But I think you're right. I think given the circumstances, they ended up with a heck of a player in Cespedes.
He can become a free agent after next season. There's something in his contract that allows him to become a free agent. So the Red Sox have between now and the end of next year to sign him to a multi-year contract.
Napoli with the emergency hat couldn't make contact, and he strikes out.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Brought to you by the all-new 2015 Acura TLX. Experience the thrill today at your local Acura dealer.
Daniel Nava popped out to the shortstop his first time up. Cespedes at second. He reached on the air by the third baseman, Francisco. Nava is now 31 years old. He went to the University of Santa Clara. Of course, you know the claim to fame for Santa Clara.
Basketball player?
Jerry Howarth.
Oh. Well, I know it wasn't a basketball player now.
Jerry Howarth went to Santa Clara, and he always reminds us of that when we see Daniel Nava. Dan Pastorini went to Santa Clara. Nelson Briles, who had a great career, started out with the Pirates, he went to Santa Clara. And there was a time where Santa Clara was a terrific baseball school. Al Gallagher of the San Francisco Giants went to Santa Clara, and Bob Garibaldi.
Dirty Al?
Dirty Al.
Dirty Al Gallagher?
Santa Clara Broncos were a good baseball team. They had a coach named Patty Cottrell, who was really held in high regard as far as college baseball goes. He was right up there with Rob Dato at the time when he was coaching at Santa Clara. I guess they were really prominent in the mid-'60s and into the early '70s. One and two, one out. Foul back.
You know, Buck, when you were talking about Santa Clara and I said basketball player, you know who I was talking about, right? Steve Nash? Yeah, everybody knows Steve Nash.
Steve Nash. Steve Nash, Jerry Howard, Steve Nash, Jerry Howard. You know, same kind of.
He's the first guy I thought of. Sorry, Jerry. Steve Nash is up there.
Yeah. Obviously, great collegiate career, but even a better professional career. 1 and 2, 1 out. The interesting part for Nava was he was cut from the college team and stayed on as the manager. Didn't play till his senior year and wasn't drafted out of college. He played independent ball for the Chico Mavericks in a Golden West Independent League, and Boston signed him. He had a grand slam on the first big league pitch he ever saw.
Tell you, if you're in independent ball, you better do something to catch the eyes of the professional scouts, and Nava did. He hit something like 4 or something.
Yeah, he
was there.
Obviously a switch hitter, and a little bit older, and disappointed he didn't get a chance to play and get drafted out of college, so he made up his mind he was going to give it a shot.
How about the stick-to-itiveness of Nava, right? He just stayed right with it every time they said no.
This ball is hit into right. Bautista's got room. He calls for it. Makes the catch. Tagging at second is Cespedes. Bautista hustles the ball back in. Nava's retired. They're 2 down. This is going to be an interesting matchup now with Alan Craig hitting. Craig walked his first time. It was only a second plate appearance against R.A. Dickey, but Craig's one of those guys that I would expect would give Dickey problems because of his approach at the plate.
Yeah, he waits so long. He can wait long and shoot the ball to right field. Strides into the ball and really is looking to go the other way. I think the Blue Jays have to close up that hole on the right side of the infield.
We saw him earlier here at Rogers Center with the Cardinals, and he wore out that hole between first and second. Talk about value for a pitcher. Alan Craig and Joe Kelly came from the Cardinals for John Lackey. That's another terrific deal. Joe Kelly is a very good-looking young pitcher.
Yeah, we get to see him tomorrow. Those are the kind of trades where both teams got what they were looking for. That trade you just mentioned, the Cardinals were looking for a veteran starter. They got it in John Lackey, and the Red Sox were looking for another hitter.
Craig strikes out. A couple of strikeouts in the inning, so the air didn't hurt. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Blue Jays are down by 3. Dickey, another strikeout. He's got 4 so far. Craig can't make contact. Best magazines on your tablet with Next Issue. Baseball fans, sign up at nextissue.ca/baseball and get an extended 60-day free trial. We're running out of space on the skyline of downtown Toronto, that's for sure. Beautiful shot, nice evening. And the thunderstorms forecast for this evening, but so far so good. Munenori Kawasaki takes a pitch. It's now 1-1 to the second baseman.
They must think that something is in the air because they just pulled back the top and kept the other half or third above us in place.
Look out. That ball was ripped into the seats. Hopefully everybody's okay. Yeah, it's like they got the sunroof down right now in case anything comes in quickly. Mooney's been struggling a bit. 205 over his last 13 games. For the season, a 267 average. He's got 10 RBIs.
He's done a good job for the Blue Jays this year. Just trying to play pepper with the center fielder. Just trying to get the ball right back through the middle.
The Blue Jays got back-to-back singles to start the game, and then De La Rosa has retired 6 straight. They couldn't take advantage of Reyes and Cabrera reaching. But I tell you what, Blue Jays have hit the ball hard against De La Rosa.
Getting the ball up in the air against De La Rosa, and that's never a good sign if you're a pitcher.
Kawasaki hits another one into the seats. They go back to that August 25th trade. That was in 2012 between the Red Sox and the Dodgers. De La Rosa came to Boston with Ivan De Jesus, James Loney, and Alan Webster. In exchange, the Red Sox sent Adrian Gonzalez, Carl Crawford, Josh Beckett, Nick Punto, and a boatload of cash to the Dodgers.
And a whole lot of cash freed up where they could go out and do some stuff to their roster, which they did.
Base hit for Kawasaki, leadoff single. De La Rosa's got a good arm. He's got a lot of fastball in him, man. He'll use it a lot.
Yeah, about 60% of the time, and it can reach 96, 97 miles an hour. His second best pitch is his changeup. When he gets to 2 strikes, you're either going to get a fastball or you're going to get a changeup. Slider's a little inconsistent. Doesn't throw a lot of curveballs when he is out there. The slider, you talk about it being inconsistent. They've hit 324 against that this year. Basically, right now, he's basically fastball, changeup.
A little bit extra on that first pitch to Reyes. He touched 97. Reyes singled to left field in the first. Went to second on Cabrera's single, and then he died at third base after moving up on a fly ball out. Blue Jays just haven't been able to string hits together. That has been a real problem for them of late. They've won just 3 of their last 12. August has really been a struggle offensively. Last night they scored just 3 runs, and it was the 13th time in 21 games they've scored 3 runs or less in the month of August.
You're not going to win too many ball games with that. Their record in August, 6-15. Just 9 runs in their last 4 games. Tough to win any ball games that way. And it's so different than what the Blue Jays were doing earlier this year in May, when they were just pummeling teams offensively.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, way outside, not close. It's a full count.
I like the at-bats that they have put up tonight so far against De La Rosa. They only have 3 hits, no runs, but the at-bats have been good. They've been on a couple of pitches. I'll take my chances tonight against De La Rosa by the Blue Jays.
They keep getting those pitches to hit sooner or later. One of them's going to go out of the ballpark.
And you're hoping there's a couple of runners on base when it does happen.
There goes Kawasaki. He's on the move, and Reyes fouls it off. Mentioned the Blue Jays with just 6 wins this month. in months in which they have played at least 15 games. September of '78, they won 4. May of '79, they won 5. And then this month. That's a fair ball. Craig go for it. Reyes hits it past him. He's headed for second. Kawasaki stops at third. And Reyes is 2 for 2. Second and third, nobody out.
Got to take advantage of that. Another changeup that is elevated right where Jose Reyes likes it, and he rips it past Craig. That was called fair by Chris Gucciotti, the first base umpire. Extra bases for Reyes. Blue Jays are in business.
Melky Cabrera, great chance to get the Blue Jays right back in this game.
The way he is swinging the bat right now, I'm going to let him try and drive in both runners. Normally you want him to try and pull something on the other side, right side of the infield, get him over, get him in. I want him to drive them both in.
Oh, he got a pitch to hit. They were trying to come inside and missed out over the plate. 297 for Melky with runners in scoring position. Snap throw to third, and Kawasaki's back easily. Mentioned that Vasquez will throw to any base at any time, and Kawasaki just got that reminder.
He's not afraid to throw it around. Love that about young players. A lot of times they're too afraid that they might throw the ball away. You got to have confidence in your ability when you throw the ball like that.
Upstairs. Blue Jays have been knocking on the door all night long as far as breaking through against De La Rosa. They have hit him hard in the first 2 starts. He is 0-2 against the Jays this season coming into this game. A ball and 2 strikes. Bouncing ball, that'll score a run. Kawasaki comes in. Reyes holds at second, and Cabrera picks up the RBI, his 70th RBI of the season, with the ground ball to short.
Reaching closer and closer to his career high. Melky Cabrera gets the job done. 2 strikes, he really cut his swing down. They were trying to get him to pop up a high fastball or swing right through it. Cut his swing down, scored the runner from third.
He can hit. He hits to the situation, and the situation called for a ball on the ground, and he delivers. His career high 87 RBIs in 2011. Jose Bautista flied out to left his first time up. Pedroia really keeping an eye on Reyes at second. Way off the plate on those first 2 pitches. You're right. I think the Blue Jays can discount any kind of breaking ball.
Yep.
Just look for the fastball. I mean, he hasn't even been that good with his changeup yet.
Yeah, he's been hanging a lot of pitches, and it's really just a matter of time. The slider is just too inconsistent right now as breaking ball. So as a hitter, you can look for straight stuff.
Everything has been up to Bautista in this at bat. First 2 pitches well off the plate. The hits are even at 4 apiece. The Red Sox lead at 3-1. '98, a little extra.
Yeah, reaching back for a little something here. Runners on base, you got the middle of the lineup. Fastball changeup. Bautista last time hit a 2-strike changeup to left field. He just missed it. Hit it right off the end of the bat.
De La Rosa, over his last 6 starts coming into this game, had given up a .282 average to opponents with runners in scoring position. Fouled straight back our way, right over our head, and back down to the lower deck. Another 2-2 pitch to Bautista. If he gets it down about 6 inches, he might lose it. Tried to throw that slider, and it's still not there.
Yeah, still not there. He's getting underneath it, and that's causing it to stay up. I'm with you with that fastball. If he gets it down, Jose is going to get locked in on it quickly.
Time was granted. High and deep to center, but Mookie Betts has room right at the edge of the warning track. Reyes goes and tags at second, moves to third. Bautista just missed it.
Looked like a changeup, and that changeup is 89 to 90 miles an hour. Still just a little bit too hard, I think, for De La Rosa. He doesn't have the feel for it. Watch it in his hand. Look at that. Watch it just spin right off his last couple of fingers, and it's up, but it's too hard. Got to take a little something off of that and get it to dive down just a little bit more.
Yeah, that becomes a very hittable pitch when it's up that high in the zone. Well, now Lynn has to deliver with 2 outs. You see Brock Holt playing Lynn up the middle, but he's on the left field side of second base, so he can see that ball coming into the hitting zone.
That's a short center fielder right there. That's what they call it in softball, the short center. He can play out there and just run around all he wants.
The rover.
He's got some room to rove, doesn't he?
The ball is driven to left. Cespedes was over near the line, runs it down. And the Blue Jays get on the board. They score a run on a ground ball by Melky Cabrera. They lead one. We'll go to the 4th. So 3-1 Boston lead. Wilder, he's the host of Blue Jays Talk. He delivers insight and debate. Blue Jays Talk after the game on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. And as is the case every Tuesday night, we're pleased to be joined by the skipper, John Gibbons. And Gibby, the Blue Jays, of course, have some potent bats in the lineup, but what is your take on the reason that they haven't been able to score a lot of runs in this month of August?
Well, Beckham, a lot of it's, we built up a lot of, all those runs earlier in the year. Hit a lot of home runs. And, yeah, you can't rely on the home run, but that's kind of the way we strike quick. You know, maybe put a game at a reach or even climb back into one with one swing of the bat. And we're getting some hits tonight, but we're waiting for that big blow. It doesn't have to be a home run, maybe a gap shot to at least come back and tie this thing early.
It looks like De La Rosa is right there. Fastball changeup, and the hitters are on it, just on it. What are they saying when they're coming back to the dugout?
Oh, yeah, Tabby, we're having some good at-bats, and we are right on him. You know, we see him good. We've faced him twice this year already. We've hit him around a little bit. So we're right there, but the key is we got to hold their offense in check as well from here on out.
Gibby, thanks for your time.
Okay, guys.
John Gibbons from the dugout, and he's right. They got to throw up a couple of zeros and give the hitters a chance to get back at De La Rosa. Will Middlebrooks picked up an RBI with a double to center field. That was in the first. He waits on that knuckler. Francisco on the money. One down.
That might be the game plan right there for Dickey. We were telling you earlier that last time out against the Red Sox, he had a good, hard, sharp knuckleball. That time he changed speeds with it. Took a little something off of that one, had Middlebrooks out in front. That might be the plan going forward now. Change speeds with it.
You were a good hitter. Wasn't it always a challenge to face a pitcher, whether he was a fastball pitcher, a breaking pitcher? The guy that changed speeds most was the most effective?
Yeah, and the guys who threw slow, miles per hour wise, when they changed speeds, then you were really messed up. Jorge's knuckleball tops out about 80, 81 miles an hour, but then when he changes speeds with it, that's where it can really mess with you.
Yeah, as a hitter, you're initially trying to ratchet it down in the first place to hit the 80-mile-an-hour knuckler, and then he stops that 69-mile-an-hour flutter ball on you. You're really all tied up.
I think what you tell yourself is you say, this guy's not throwing very hard. Batting practice is thrown harder. I expect to get some hits against this guy. And then he starts changing speeds on you, making it tough.
We have talked a lot to Josh Thole about how they work together, and of course they were together in 2012 with the Mets when Dickey won the Cy Young Award. They only have one sign for the knuckleball, and Dickey will change velocity according to how he feels, and it can be a challenge for Josh, but he's used to that by now. He really does a terrific job catching that knuckleball.
He does a great job, very relaxed behind the plate.
Mookie Betts hits it on the ground. Kawasaki throws him out. 2 ground ball outs here in the fourth. Well, you're working with the bottom third of the lineup. You need to get back in the dugout quickly and give your team a chance to hit against De La Rosa. Two outs. Christian Vasquez hit a line drive off the glove of Edwin Encarnacion his first time up. They have Vasquez, and he's a young catcher, just 24 years old, and they got another guy right behind him. Blake Swihart is a switch hitter who's just 22 years old. And by all accounts, his defensive skills are right there with Vasquez.
And he can hit. Switch hitter that can hit. And a catcher. I mean, that's how you build consistency at the big league level. You got minor leaguers coming up year after year after year.
Strike 3. Good job by Dickey. His club scored a run the last time they were up. He says, go ahead, boys, do it again. 3 up, 3 down. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Red Sox up by 2. Chairs in the TD Comfort Zone. Our guest of TD on a beautiful night at Rogers Center. Great vantage point to watch the Blue Jays. And over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse are some very special people from Sick Kids Hospital. Welcome to the ballpark, and Sick Kids Hospital does a great job of doing the best they can for some sick children, and hopefully they're having a good time here tonight. That is really a terrific opportunity for children of any kind of group across Canada to come here to Jays Care Community Clubhouse. The Blue Jays do a great job with them. Edwin Encarnacion leading things off here in the fourth. Edwin lined out to the right fielder, his first time up. Well, the Blue Jays hitters have to have a pretty good idea. They're going to get a fastball to hit.
Yeah, just wait for it in your spots. The thing that I love about Encarnacion is his pitch recognition, how well he recognizes pitches out of the hand when he is at the plate. First pitch was a slider, saw it right away, took it for ball one. That time it was a changeup, saw that one right out of his hand.
Off the plate, 3-1. What would a hitter like Encarnacion look for to tell him it's a slider out of the hand?
You know, if he sees the ball, a lot of the white of the ball in the hand on the side of the ball, he can tell that that's a slider right away. This looks like it's going to be an off-speed pitch.
That's a slider, and that's what you're supposed to do with a hanger. He jumped all over it and just ripped it foul.
For a hitter, though, when you see this, you can see him turn, and you're looking right above his right shoulder. And as he lets go of it, you can see it right there that his hand is on the side of the baseball. And that tells me that's a slider.
It's a great example. There's a bouncing ball, big hop for Middlebrooks, and plenty of time as Encarnacion grounds out.
Save during the homeowner sale only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
You know, Pat, that was a great illustration of how a hitter can identify a breaking ball, and it really has to do with the angle of the hand on the baseball as it comes up to that release point.
On the other side of that, if you see his hand behind the baseball, what is it?
Fastball.
Fastball. Here it comes.
I wish I'd have known that when I played.
Wait a minute. Who played 16 years of the big league? 17. Here's the fastball.
See where his hand is on top of that baseball, and you don't see that hand underneath it that you will when it's a breaking ball. Juan Francisco popped out to the center fielder his first time up, got underneath it, and hit a high fly ball in the center.
Well, let's see him challenge him right here with a fastball. 2-run lead.
He did, but it was way inside. Josh Tolle is on deck. Three and one. We got that in a good spot, tied up Francisco.
Juan got a little bit too long on that swing right there. You got to be short. De La Rosa is going to supply the pressure on the ball. He's going to supply all the power. You just have to catch it out in front.
Ball four. First walk issued by Ruby De La Rosa. He has pitched. This is his third start against the Blue Jays, and the numbers aren't very pretty for De La Rosa.
2 strikeouts in 2 starts against the Blue Jays. For a guy who throws 97, 98 miles an hour, they have really squared him up. 8 earned run average in his 2 starts versus the Blue Jays. They're hitting over 400 against them.
That's the number that jumps off the page at you. Josh Thole. He hit a ball real hard into the alley in right center, but Daniel Nava was shaded over into that alley, and it was right at the right fielder. Thole is a really pleasant young man, and we had a great chat with him around the batting cage today, and he was taking a lot of heat from Kevin Seitzer about his bats. Seitzer was teasing him, hey, what are you hitting with balsa? The ball never really jumps off your bat. And then Josh told us a great story while playing with the Mets. He couldn't find his bats. He was called on to pinch hit, and he couldn't find his bats. He went into the bat rack and finally found them, and he pulls it out, and it's wrapped in newspaper. And he said he had to go to the on-deck circle, literally peeling off a newspaper off his bat. And he found the perpetrator. It was Carlos Beltran, who was doubled up on the bench laughing at Josh on his way up.
And you hear that all the time around the cage. Let me read that when you're done with it. What are you swinging? A rolled up newspaper?
And Thole takes ball for back-to-back walks. De La Rosa missing with the fastball.
This bonus right here for Blue Jays. You start walking guys at the bottom of that lineup like that, that'll send that manager to the bench scratching his head.
Juan Nieves, the pitching coach, is out to talk to De La Rosa. Nieves, a former pitcher himself, he authored a no-hitter in his playing days with the Milwaukee Brewers. He and John Farrell, both pitchers in their playing days, and they've got a lot of knowledge on the pitching side of things. Nieves has delivered his message, and he heads back to the dugout.
You were out there for some of those messages. What are they like? Throw strikes, but don't give them anything good to hit?
No, well, you know what? It all depends. Every one of them's different. But, you know, I've been out there so many times as a player and as a manager. And just go, hey, you're at the bottom part of the order now. You're throwing 98 miles an hour. Shoot for a bigger part of the strike zone. And he did. Pilar hits it high in the air into right center. And Daniel Nava makes an over-the-shoulder catch. Francisco tags at second as Pilar gave it a ride, but Daniel Nava ran it down short of the warning track in right.
Nice play by Nava in right field. He was playing shallow for Pilar, and he was playing him towards the line, shading him towards the right field line, so he had a long way to go, and then just reaches up over his shoulder to haul that one in. The ball was driven to right field.
Yeah, he didn't expect the ball to carry that well off the bat of Pilar, but he made a nice catch over the shoulder. 2 down now for Munenori Kawasaki, who singled and scored in the third, the only Blue Jays run. De La Rosa is going to have to develop a better breaking ball and really soften up that changeup a bit to be an effective starter over the long haul. But boy, he's got a good arm.
He's got a very good arm. Soften up that changeup. The best way to do that, just tuck it back in your palm of your hand. Try and throw it as hard as you can. What does Pat Henkin call that? The fish?
Yeah.
The dead fish.
Nobody had a better fish than Dave Steep.
Yeah.
Dave Steep could wind up and throw a pitch that looked like a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and come about 85. He was the master of it, and he could do it anytime.
Yeah, he wasn't afraid to do it.
And you know, pitchers really get excited when they can fish a guy. Get him in a fastball count and throw him that dead fish, and it just lays up over the plate, and they hit it off the end of the bat.
Run it up first base line.
How can you throw me that? Yeah, that'll get hitters screaming at the pitcher. You throw 98 and you threw me that stuff. 2-2 pitch to Kawasaki. off the plate.
Well, you can see what the message was from Juan Nieves. You got 8 and 9 coming up. Reach back. Give me your best fastball. Threw a fastball to Florida, now 5 of them to Kawasaki.
Reyes on deck. He can hammer the fastball. He's already 2 for 2, so this is the guy that De La Rosa wants. De La Rosa checking with the umpire at second to make sure it's a full count. Tolle at first will have a big lead, and he'll get a running start. 2 outs. There goes Tolle. Broken bat flare into right, and this is going to drop. Francisco comes in to score. Kawasaki comes through again. A broken bat RBI single to right, and it's a 1-run game.
He's had a good year. Staying within himself, not trying to do too much. That time another fastball inner half. He fights off that fastball, shatters his bat, and gets himself an RBI single. Kawasaki come through with 2 strikes and 2 outs.
He's 2 for 2. He scored a run and driven in a run. Francisco comes in to score the 2nd run of the game. He took the first of 2 walks from De La Rosa here in the 4th. Now, trouble for De La Rosa. Reyes got what he wanted. Center cut fastball.
He was on that one. He was looking for it. He got it, and he missed it. Fouled it back.
3-2 ball game. The Blue Jays pecking away. Fly ball into left. Cespedes comes in and makes the grab. But the Blue Jays have made it a 3-2 game. We'll go to the 5th. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. Listen to live audio, follow games pitch by pitch, and enjoy in-game video highlights. The app is available on the iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch, Android, and BlackBerry. Season-long subscription packages are available. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. And if you had a match, you could be keeping up on the pennant race in the American League. Tampa Bay has a 1-0 lead over Baltimore, middle of the 4th. They've had some rain problems in Detroit. They're just in the top of the 2nd. It's a scoreless game there. Brock Holt with a 1-1 count. R.A. Dickey retired to sign an order in the top of the 4th, and Blue Jays picked up a run. Now it's a 3-2 Red Sox lead.
And the same thing he's got to do. He's got to have a quick inning.
Let's put up some zeros. R.A. gave up 3 in the first, and he struck out the first batter of the game, Brock Holt, but Josh Thole had it go off his glove for a pass ball. And then Dustin Pedroia hit a 2-run homer. Will Middlebrooks would connect on an RBI double with 2 outs, and that's the extent of the Red Sox scoring so far. Deflected to second, and Nicky's going to get an assist. Boy, he's got quick hands, and he swiped at it, and he tipped it right towards Kawasaki. That was headed to center.
You know what he does when he releases? There's not a lot of follow-through, so he's in great position to field those comebackers. Quick hands, he gets that glove down quick. Ricochets off that glove right to Kawasaki for the out.
1-4-3 on the putout as Kawasaki was moving toward the center of the diamond when that ball was deflected his direction. Dustin Pedroia is 1 for 2 after his home run in the first. He grounded to third into second. .78 miles an hour, and we talked about changing speed. If you drop that slow one on him right now, Pedroia might be out in front of him.
Throws him a fastball. 84 miles an hour. Last night, Pedroia homered. That one off of Jay Happ. It was a breaking ball that he hit and carried right into the bullpen. Tonight, knuckleball. Almost in the same spot. This time he hits it in the second deck for a home run.
Pedroia had off-season surgery on his thumb last off-season, and it just hasn't been 100% all year long. Taps it out in front of home. Thole with a nice play and a good throw. Good job by Thole to come out from behind home plate and grab it and make a strong throw to first.
Boy, that was pretty. You have to have quick reactions and get rid of that face mask and helmet, which he does. Finds the ball and in one motion sidearms it over to first base. Look at that.
That's a heck of a play, and what he did too was he threw it true. He didn't run back into the baseline to give Encarnacion some problems. He made a good throw. 2 outs now for Cespedes. He's 0 for 2 so far. That's a good pitch, boy. That thing really darted and handcuffed Thole.
Late break too.
The Red Sox scored first tonight. They scored 3 in their half of the first inning. It's the 6th straight time the opponents have scored first against the Blue Jays. There's a line drive into center field. Cespedes with a 2-out single.
Save during a homeowner sale only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Napoli tried to check his swing and he went too far. The DH has gone 1 for 2. He scored the 3rd run of that first inning for Boston. Oh, clipped him right in the helmet. Napoli picks up his helmet. He's making his way toward first, but John Farrell and the trainer are going to come out and check with him. The Red Sox have Xander Bogaerts on the disabled list as he was hit in the head by friend's Felix Hernandez changeup, and obviously everybody's concerned about the possibility of a concussion. This is a knuckleball that sailed up and in.
Let's see where it hits him. Yeah, that's just where I thought, right on the bill of the hat, so it didn't really square him up to his head. Knocked his helmet off. Well, that's scary. And you can see the concern by everybody. R.A. Dickey, Josh Choley, of course the Boston Red Sox. Bogaerts is on the disabled list, the new 7-day concussion disabled list. So the Red Sox were playing without their shortstop last night.
Daniel Nava will bat with 2 on and 2 outs. Cespedes at second, Napoli at first. Napoli keeping his eye on Cespedes in case he breaks for third. Locked in on him, and then he looks to the hitter. Ball is hit to Reyes. He's got to go to first. Just in time. Nobody at second. Reyes had the double clutch, but he's got the arm strength to throw out Nava. The Red Sox strand a pair. It's still a 1-run game. Transmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Boston has a 3-2 lead. We move to the bottom of the 5th. Melky Cabrera trying to ambush that first pitch. Fouls it back.
He's going to leave one of those fastballs out over the plate. And Melky's going to time one up.
Couple of pitches borderline inside. This is fouled out of play. over Holt into center field. Melky Cabrera, big turnaround first. He throws on the brakes and stops there. The throw went past the bag at second. Melky Cabrera, his second hit of the night. He just keeps on swinging.
And he gets on top of a high fastball. I told you that De La Rosa's got a good fastball. He's going to work it up in the strike zone. But look how Melky keeps that barrel above the baseball and goes through it. Doesn't drop the back shoulder where you start uppercutting and getting that ball up in the air. He stays on top of it to get the line drive in the left center field. Just a good piece of hitting.
Jose Bautista has fired out twice. 3-2 Boston. Nobody working in the Red Sox bullpen. Outside for ball one.
Tell you, that hit just got the bullpen scrambling for the Boston Red Sox. All hands on deck tonight. This next pitch from De La Rosa is going to be 89 if we're just in the fifth inning.
He got the head out on that one. A fan in the upper deck leaned over and had it for a fraction of a moment.
Long way down the left field line, too.
Never thinking he was going to get a foul ball, and he had his chance. Ball and a strike to Bautista. Left-hander Tommy Lane is loosening up for the Red Sox. Two left-handers down there in the bullpen now. Remember, Andrew Miller was traded away, and he was a horse.
Yeah.
Then I went to Baltimore. Way inside.
What's odd about that is De La Rosa wanted that ball on the outside corner. Vasquez, the catcher, set up on the outside corner. Jose Bautista went all the way in. I think John Farrell sees what you and I are seeing right now. He just doesn't have the command that you need.
Bautista asked for time, and it's granted. De La Rosa took too much time. Yeah, you just figure it's a matter of time before the Blue Jays catch up with De La Rosa.
He has not struck out a batter yet tonight. He's given up a lot of loud outs, and he has thrown pitches where he has missed his spots, and the Blue Jays just missed the pitch.
Bautista hits it high and deep to left. Cespedes at the wall. He's going to make the catch. Bautista just missed it again. Second time tonight he's taken the Blue Jays to the warning track. Red Sox make catches on the warning track in center and in left. Last two at bats.
Last time it was deep to center. This time Bautista can extend through it, but he keeps his hand inside the baseball and hits it down the line. And I think when it left the bat, Jose knew he didn't get enough of it. But it was close. Another one that the Blue Jays just missed.
De La Rosa is using all of this ballpark tonight. One out. Lynn takes it inside. Ball and a strike to Adam Lynn. Lynn and Encarnacion did not see De La Rosa the last time he pitched. He pitched back-to-back starts against the Blue Jays, and both Lynn and Encarnacion were on the disabled list at that time. There's a drive to left field. Cespedes dives, can't make the catch. Cabrera's around second, headed for third. Lind will get to second base. Cespedes laid out. Looked like he had it momentarily in his glove, but when he came down, it popped loose.
That would have been a circus catch right there if he came up with that one. From a left-handed batter, that ball is slicing right back towards the left fielder, Cespedes. Looked like it was going to be a gapper and a run, but Cespedes lays out. Can't close it in his glove.
Actually never really had it. He hit it with his glove, but Lynn gets the double.
Look at that ball slicing back to him. It bounces off his glove. It doesn't go very far. And that's why Milwaukee cannot score. Another hard hit ball by the Blue Jays.
They've been squaring them up all night. Red Sox will concede a run. They hold the infield back. Encarnacion chases one outside.
Edwin has had 2 good at bats. He hasn't had anything to show for it yet tonight, but it looks like he has been right on De La Rosa tonight. Wouldn't shock me if he did something special here.
0-1. Outside. This is the 8th game that Encarnacion has played against Boston this season. He's got 13 RBIs. Melky Cabrera has 15 ribbies in 15 games against the Red Sox. That leads the Blue Jays.
Changeup, 87 miles an hour.
Separation is getting close to what you want to see. About 10 miles an hour. Ground ball. Holt, that's short. They're going to go to third and get Lynn on the play. Cabrera comes in to score. And Encarnacion has tied it up. Picks up the RBI. Another good at bat for Encarnacion. That's his 14th ribby against Boston.
Another hard hit ball. And that's going to end the night of Ruby De La Rosa. Left-handed batter coming up. John Farrell's seen enough balls hit hard by the Blue Jays that he's going to go to his bullpen.
So De La Rosa will hand off to John Farrell. Tommy Lane, the left-hander, will come into the ballgame to face Francisco when we come back. Ruby De La Rosa is out of the game, and he has been roughed up by the Blue Jays for a 3rd time this season. 3 runs on 7 hits so far in the Runner on first is his responsibility. Tommy Lane making his 14th appearance of the season.
Interesting player that the Red Sox picked up here. You can see he's just been up for a little bit. This was 13 games this year. ERA of 0.87. Sinks his fastball. He's got a nice slider. He's a very good relief pitcher left on left. Lefty's hitting just 130 against him. Came from the Padres organization and actually pitched for John Gibbons in Double-A in San Antonio. And it was Lane who went to the Padres management and said, you know, I'm a starter. I think I'd be better served as a reliever and a left-on-left specialist. And here he is in the big leagues 2 years later.
Yeah, he started his career as a starting pitcher and moved into the bullpen in 2012 in San Antonio with John Gibbons. Francisco stays in the game. We're just in the 5th inning. You can see that delivery can be tough on lefties as he steps toward the first base line. A little crossfire action from Lane.
Isn't that why it was his idea to move to the bullpen? And Gibby called the front office and asked him if that was a good idea. They said, let's try it, and he just zoomed right to the big leagues.
Broken bat bounces on the dirt, and Pedroia and Holt get crossed up again, and now they're having a foot race to third, and Encarnacion's going to get there. Christian Vasquez fell asleep behind the plate and allowed Encarnacion to move over to third base. It was unguided.
What an interesting play. Francisco breaks his bat when Lane jams a fastball inside there. He hits it in a good spot. And just like last night when the middle infielder got crossed up, watch this one, right back through the middle. Holt runs into Middlebrooks, and he's safe at first base, and a heads-up base running by Encarnacion. Nobody at third base. And he wins the foot race.
Yeah, that's the one thing you have to remind yourself when you have the shift on. There's a base unprotected, and the catcher's responsibility is to go to third. You can see Francisco beats the throw to first base, so he has an infield hit. Encarnacion alertly moved to third. Now Josh Tolley with a chance to put the Jays out in front. Two outs. Nice play by Vasquez. Smothered that ball in the dirt. Yeah, there's always some place to be on the baseball field, and as a catcher in that situation, you got to remind yourself that nobody's protecting third base, and they allowed Encarnacion to advance.
What a heads-up play by Edwin, who's an excellent base runner. And that is a catcher's responsibility when he sees that play developing like that. I don't know how many times minor leaguers shift, so you're just not familiar with it.
It's a good point. But you know, with Torey Lovullo and Brian Butterfield on the staff, they have reminded Vasquez, hey, when we play this shift, and we're going to shift a lot of guys, there's going to be times when you have to hustle down to third. See, Lovullo giving Vasquez the running game defense. Brian Butterfield locked in on his infielders. Tolley has done a pretty good job hanging in there against lefty pitching coming into this game. Tolley is 10 for 33 against lefties. Again, Lovullo to Vasquez. I don't think the Blue Jays are going to do anything tricky right here. Encarnacion's not running 100% just yet.
Just don't have the guys out there to do anything like a double steal.
Well, Encarnacion got his attention though. He walked off third base, and Tommy Lane felt his presence as Encarnacion was way down the third baseline.
What he can do, though, you're right, with his back to him, the pitcher back to the third baseman, he can walk off very far, maybe score on a short wild pitch.
And now they put some doubt into the Red Sox minds. Maybe they will try something here. dives at that breaking ball, and the Blue Jays leave a pair. They have tied it up. It's 3-3. We'll go to the 6th. And here comes the Home Hardware cleanup crew, brought to you by Natura. Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. Seconds for the biggest at-bats in every game-changing play. Blue Jays in 60 seconds. After every game only on Sportsnet.ca. Well, we appreciate the love. Thank you very much. And we enjoy what we do. And hopefully you'll enjoy watching. We're very fortunate to be up here and broadcast every game to you. And we got a good one going tonight, 3-3, as we move to the 6th. R.A. Dickey. That was a first pitch to Alan Craig, who swings and misses. Craig has walked and struck out in his 2 plate appearances tonight.
How about the job R.A. Dickey has done tonight?
After that 3-run first inning, he has done a terrific job of keeping the Red Sox off the scoreboard and giving his hitters a chance to get back in this game, as they have. 0-2. Look out. There's that hard knuckleball to 79 miles an hour. Dickey hit Mike Napoli with a knuckleball back in the 5th inning. But he was able to get out of the inning when he got Nava to ground out. Napoli, of course, none the worse for wear. Stayed in the ball game.
He hasn't had great command of his knuckleball tonight. He's had a good one at times, but he hasn't had the great command. And because of that, he's throwing a lot of pitches.
Closing in on that magic number. Ground ball. Reyes comes after it, throws on the run, on the money. 1 down.
Canon's summer clearance sales event. The season's best prices on digital SLRs and point-and-shoot cameras for a limited time only. Visit a Canon authorized dealer today.
Nice crowd on hand here at Rogers Center tonight, and it is a 3-3 game. Will Middlebrooks has an RBI double. He's also grounded out to 3rd. Middlebrooks trying to win a job at 3rd base for the Red Sox. Certainly has the defensive skills to play 3rd base. They just want him to be more consistent with the bat.
Turned in some great plays in last night's ball game. Started a great double play there, the 100 pitches for R.A. Dickey. Also made a nice play to his left. You'll get some consistencies. I think he'll hit for power someday. In that ballpark, Fenway Park?
Well, he has had some ups and downs, and certainly He's a young player that can still find his legs in the big league. Middlebrooks turns 26 on the 9th of September. Boy's got good size, 6'3", 220. Here he strikes out. Boy, R.A. Dickey's got it working now. 2 outs. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Thank you, Jamie. And the Indians are doing a nice job. TJ House is starting for them tonight against Jose Quintana of the White Sox. Brantley has put together a heck of a year, batting .312 for the season. His RBI, number 82. What a year he's had.
Starting to hit for some power now. And he's got the great stroke.
Center fielder Mookie Betts with a ball and a strike. Tie game, you want to keep him off the bases. Hot shot smothered by Encarnacion. Takes him right to the bag. Another 3 up, 3 down inning for Dickey. His second of the night. It's tied at 3 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Boston Pizza, Saturday, August 30th. Blue Jays take on the New York Yankees. Game time is 1:07 p.m. All children 14 and under will receive a Junior Jays poster. Call the Jays at 416-341-1234. Or log online at BlueJays.com and get your tickets for the Junior Jays poster giveaway. It's all presented by Boston Pizza, Saturday, August 30th. Second reliever into the ball game is the right-hander Alex Wilson, making his 7th appearance. Tommy Lane came in and put out the fire and was able to end the inning in the 5th and keep the tie intact.
Wilson is a former second-round draft pick by the Red Sox back in 2009. He's got a very good four-seam fastball. He'll reach 95 with that one, a wipeout slider that he will get most of his strikeouts with. You can see a very good 7-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. This is his 5th stint with the Red Sox this season.
Alex Wilson is 27 years old. And you know, we talk about Major League Baseball being an international sport. Alex Wilson is the first Saudi Arabian-born pitcher to appear in a Major League game. Did that last April against the Orioles. Kevin Pillar chases that fastball and strikes out. Ruby De La Rosa started this ball game. He went 4 2/3. He gave up 7 hits and some loud outs. He was charged with 3 earned runs, walked 2, and didn't strike out a batter, which is really interesting given the fact he threw some 98-mile-an-hour fastballs.
Yeah, he got a good arm, used that fastball and changed it. It took him 99 pitches to get through 4 2/3 innings. So he will pick up a no decision.
Munenori Kawasaki's had a perfect night. He singled and scored in the 3rd, had an RBI single in the 4th, and there he bunted the ball off the catcher, Christian Vasquez. Ball was down and in. Vasquez was going down to make a play on it, and it looked like Kawasaki deflected it right off the catcher.
Slider down and in. Oh, right off the toe.
You can have a lot of protection, but you can't put anything over your toes.
Didn't look like Kawasaki got a piece of that.
No, it didn't.
Went right underneath his back.
But it's 0-2. Kawasaki crosses up the defense again. He's around first, headed for second. Having a night, Mooney. 3 for 3 with a double. His 6th double of the season.
Doing a little bit of everything tonight for the Blue Jays. Remember, it was Kawasaki who threw out that runner at the plate to end the 1st inning. He now has 3 hits, including this double. 0-2 slider right there. And he turns on it. Grits his teeth and turns on it for extra bases.
Kawasaki in scoring position for Reyes. Two for 3 so far for Jose. He doubled in the 3rd after a leadoff single in the 1st. It's popped up. Middlebrooks in foul ground, makes the catch. Alex Wilson, this is his first appearance against the Jays this season. He's appeared in 4 games now for his career.
He's got a good arm. This relief role looks like it's going to work out for him. He was a starter in the minor leagues for the Boston Red Sox, but now he's going to pitch out of the bullpen.
Melky Cabrera, 2 for 3. Melky picked up the RBI with a ground out in the 3rd.
Kawasaki's got to get a big secondary lead. Take the chances that Melky's going to drive a ball into the outfield.
Well, he got a good break on contact.
Yes,
anytime that batter starts his bat, the runner at second has a great vantage point, and he can tell whether or not he's going to make contact and get a pretty good jump.
Yeah, and he did that. He's fundamentally sound, Kawasaki. You take your primary lead at at second base, and you watch the pitch as it's going towards the plate, and if it's going to be a strike, you can bounce off of there, help yourself to score. They got the best throwing left fielder in the American League in terms of outfield assists. So anything to left field, he's got to get a good jump. That's Cespedes. He's got 14 outfield assists.
He's had 2 outfield assists since he's joined the Red Sox. Ooh, good cut. Melky's had good swings all night. What's new?
Yeah.
2 more hits tonight. He's hit in 102 of his 130 games. Bouncing ball. Craig will go to the bag. The inning is over. Blue Jays leave a base runner. We'll head to the 7th. It's a 3-3 game. Dustin McGowan, the right-hander, into the game. Lots going on in this ball game. It's a 3-3 game as R.A. Dickey is out of the ball game. Dustin McGowan will come in. This will be his 46th game of the season. McGowan was great on Sunday as he worked an inning and had a couple of strikeouts.
And that's a career high for Dustin McGowan in games. 46 games now for McGowan. 5-3, 398 earned run average. First time that he has pitched in this series against the Red Sox. Good fastball and a sharp breaking ball.
He's used his fastball very well recently, and he beats Vasquez with that first pitch. 96. Red Sox catcher has gone 1 for 2. This is the 5th appearance McGowan has made against the Red Sox this season. He's pitched well against them. 4 hits in 6 innings. He's not walked a batter and struck out 5.
His fastball can move all over the place. When it's on, it's very tough to hit it solid. You ask him after games where his fastball is good, moving around like that, and you say, Dustin, how do you make that ball move like that? He goes, I don't know. It just moves coming off of his fingers. Sometimes it'll sink. Sometimes it'll cut away from the righties.
Popped out of play. Dustin, of course, has been plagued by injuries throughout his career. He missed all of 9 and 10, missed all of 2012. Last year, He pitched in 25 games, a total of 25 2/3 innings for the Blue Jays, and this year he's been healthy.
Started the season, Buck, in the rotation, if you remember.
Bouncing ball, big hop for Reyes at short. One down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Jamie, thank you. They're up on Brandon McCarthy, who had a complete game his last time out, and Rick Porcello is shutting out the Yankees on 5 hits through 4 innings. J.D. Martinez has 2 hits tonight. He is swinging the bat well, hitting .310 for the Tigers. Miguel Cabrera has a hit in 2 trips. Of course, Victor Martinez hitting .327. He just keeps going, doesn't he?
Having a great year.
Brock Holt is 0 for 3. The Blue Jays had their eye on Buffalo tonight as Daniel Norris was making another start in AAA Buffalo. Of course, Norris, the young left-hander that has sailed through the minor league system, but tonight it didn't go so well. He was facing the AAA team of the Red Sox, caught second, and they touched him up for 6 earned runs on 8 hits over 4 innings. He gave up a home run.
Learning experience, maybe a learning day.
Absolutely. Jackie Bradley Jr. had 3 hits in the game. He's leading off. And when you look at that lineup, there's some pretty interesting players. Top prospects. Gavin Cecchini is the third baseman. Devin Marrero is the shortstop. They both had 2 hits tonight. That Red Sox team is loaded in minors. Brock Holt with a 2-2 count. Singles into center field. He just stayed on it and stroked it into center. R.A. Dickey did a terrific job tonight. He gave up 3 runs in the first inning and shut down the Red Sox the rest of the way, allowing just 2 hits. Stranded 4 base runners over the next 5 innings and gave the Blue Jays a chance to come back and tie it, and they did. Another good start by R.A. Dickey.
Yeah, 3 runs, but only 1 of them was earned tonight. That was the home run by Pedroia. So he did what his manager was telling us in the 4th inning. Throw up some zeros and give the offense a chance to come back, which they have.
Yeah, the reason the runs were earned in the first is the strikeout and pass ball. Brock Holt reached first on a strikeout. Josh Tolley charged with his 7th pass ball of the season. And then after the pop-up Daniel Knob, that would have been the 3rd out of the inning, and because of that, just 1 run is earned. Way outside. McGowan has owned this matchup against Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia just 1 for 15 against Dustin McGowan. There aren't a whole lot of pitchers that can boast that kind of command over Pedroia. (3-0) now. You can see Dustin's frustrated. He knows he handles Pedroia well, and now he's fallen behind 3-0.
Got to come all the way back as Brett Cecil begins to loosen up in the bullpen for the Blue Jays.
Pedroia taking all the way. It's a 4-pitch walk.
Save during the homeowner sale only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Pete Walker, the pitching coach, is out to chat with Dustin McGowan here. Walker started his coaching career with the Blue Jays in 2009. He was a Double-A pitching coach in New Hampshire in 2011. Last year was his first year as the pitching coach.
Blue Jays have Brett Cecil up just in case Big Papi would pinch hit with a couple of runners on base.
David Ortiz has not appeared in this series. He is sitting on the bench. No signs that he's thinking about pinch hitting. He's got a bruised foot and a sore elbow. Cespedes with the game-winning hit in last night's game in the 10th inning. Had a breaking ball up the middle for an RBI single of Aaron Sanchez.
That was just a good piece of hitting by Cespedes. It was a breaking ball that was hanging. Instead of trying to overswing, he just served it right back through the middle for the game winner. Pretty good numbers right there with runners in scoring position for Cespedes.
He's a good hitter. Has 19 RBIs since he's joined the Red Sox. He has 86 ribbies for the season. He was taking all the way and takes a strike.
That cut right at the last minute by McGowan. Good hard fastball in a good spot.
Cespedes is 7th in the American League in RBIs. Jose Abreu has 94. He's one ahead of David Ortiz of the Red Sox, who has 93. Same pitch.
Same result. Strike.
Boy, don't get caught in that trap of thinking you can throw Cespedes a breaking ball now. That's what happened last night with Aaron Sanchez. He had 2 strikes on him. Thought he'd throw him a breaking ball. He hung it. Didn't get it where he wanted to, but Cespedes was all over it. Sanchez saddled with his first big league loss.
Said I should have thrown that one in the dirt. He was trying and missed his spot. Cespedes made him pay for it.
Fastball up the middle. Holt is around third. Kevin Pillar will not have a throw. Cespedes does it again. He hit the fastball on the ground up the middle and drives in the go-ahead run.
Batting average when you pound that fastball up is not as good as when that fastball is down. So it's up, they go up there, not a bad idea, but Cespedes does a good job of just using his hands and staying on top of that one. Sends that one right back through the middle. And he's getting closer to those 100 RBIs, which he wants to do.
87 now for Cespedes. McGowan is out. Napoli's the batter. Brett Cecil into the game. your smartphone. Visit RogersAnyPlaceTV.com/sports to get started. The roof is open at Rogers Center. Dustin McGowan is out of the game. McGowan has Napoli 0 for 5. Brett Cecil against Napoli. Napoli's just 2 for 12, but he has the ability to strike him out. And that's a big play right here, obviously. 1 out. And you wonder why he brought a left-hander in to face Napoli with McGowan in the game. It's the strikeout capability.
And Cecil's been doing that. He's done a good job this year in striking out batters. Did a good job his last time out. He is 14 of his last 15 outings have been scoreless now. His breaking ball's been a big pitch for him.
And there it is. Drops it in there. Ball on a strike. Cecil's had 56 strikeouts in 41 2/3 innings. Pedroia at second, Cespedes at first. Napoli's always looking out over the plate. He wants the ball out over the plate, loves to extend those arms. The Blue Jays have had a lot of success when they keep the fastball inside and then throw that breaking ball down and in.
And I think Napoli knows that, especially against the left-hander. That breaking ball is going to be coming in, so he has choked up just a little bit, trying to get a little bit more back control against Brett Cecil. You mentioned just 2 hits against Cecil in his career.
2 for 12. Two and 2. Napoli has 15 home runs. He comes into this season with 6 straight 20 home run seasons. He's had a bit of a down year. Last year he had 259 with 23 homers and 92 RBIs. There's the strikeout right on time. Cecil gets the first man he's faced.
He used the breaking ball that time to set up the fastball. Watch where this one is. Fastball up and away. And I think he caught Mike Napoli looking for the breaking ball, and he threw it right by him. Big strikeout.
Boy, it is a big strikeout. I love that with 2 strikes. We talk about RBI guys like Napoli looking breaking ball with 2 strikes. They crossed him up. Daniel Nava, a switch hitter. About right-handed against Cecil.
Cecil came in his last game against the Tampa Bay Rays and had a couple of big strikeouts in that game. A couple of runners on, trying to clean up a mess, and had some big strikeouts. His curveball was good that day.
Red Sox have taken the lead here in the 7th. Yoenis Cespedes with an RBI single drove home Brock Holt. Cespedes his 87th ribby of the season. There goes Pedroia. He breaks for third and totally receives the strike. Pedroia picks up the stolen base, his 6th. Red Sox have 4 stolen bases last night.
This is just heads-up baseball. Cecil is concentrating with 2 outs now on Nava. Pedroia picks up on that and steals it easily.
0-2. There goes Cespedes. Cut on and missed. What a job by Cecil. He inherits a couple of base runners. Gets a couple of strikeouts. The strand 2. Bautista will lead things off when we come back. Lynn doubled his last time up in Encarnacion, has an RBI tonight. Jays down by a run. Through the 20th right here at Rogers Center. Blue Jays Hall of Famer Roberto Alomar will host a showcase baseball tournament at Rogers Center, highlighting some of Canada's best amateur baseball players with college eligibility. Tournament passes are now available at bluejays.com/T12. Robbie Alomar does a great job to give these young players an opportunity. Be a lot of scouts here to watch the young talent, and great opportunity to show off their skills.
Second year for the tournament, and heard it was very successful last year, so good luck with that.
Jose Bautista has flied out 3 times tonight. Upstairs, 1-2. We mentioned that Alex Wilson was born in Saudi Arabia, and his father was working for Texaco at the time, and it had a couple of different assignments over there, and Alex was born there. They settled in West Virginia, and he grew up in West Virginia. There's a deep drive. Bautista has connected again. Tie game.
3 times tonight, Jose batted and just missed pitches. Lined out to left field his first time up, sent the center fielder Betts to the wall. His second time up, sent Cespedes to the wall his third time up in left field, and now gets a pitch and times it up, and nobody's going to catch that one.
Bautista had been on the verge of homering all night long. He finally connects. Number 25 for Jose, and it's tied once again at 4-4.
Boy, he tried to slip a fastball by Bautista. Not so fast. That classic home run swing at the finish. He knows he got it.
Great sound on that barrel.
When you hit as many home runs as Bautista has hit, he knows he can start to jog.
For Bautista, that's his 97th home run here at Rogers Center. RBI number 249. He's telling Encarnacion there's a little bit of movement in that fastball, just a little bit. Then rips it foul. Then had a double in the 5th. Alex Wilson gave up a double to Kawasaki. Blue Jays have had their share of extra inning games. 5 of the last 6 home games have gone into extra innings.
We're staring at another one right now, thanks to that guy right there.
Full count. Cutter missed off the plate outside. Lynn takes a walk. Edwin Encarnacion picked up an RBI in the 5th with a fielder's choice. Hit a ball to shortstop. Lynn was trying to advance from second to third. He was thrown out at third. John Farrell as a right-hander. Wilson pitching. Looks like he's got his mind made up. He makes the call to the bullpen. Bert Badenhop will come into the ballgame. Wilson is out. Bautista with the home run has tied it at 4. LX, experience the thrill today at your local Acura dealer.
4th time is a charm for Jose Bautista. First 3 times up, he just missed. A couple of balls sending him out of the ballpark. Not the 4th time. High fastball. See you later. Bautista, home run number 25, has tied this game up. That is our drive of the game.
Jose hit a 3-run home run in Wednesday's afternoon game in Milwaukee. That came in the 6th inning. He has knocked Alex Wilson out of the game. Bert Badenhop will be the 4th reliever, 3rd reliever to work here, 4th pitcher for Boston. High, deep drive to left field. Did he get it? Cespedes out the wall, and he'll make the catch. Encarnacion just missed another home run.
Hit it in the right spot. Right down the left field line, but just got under it a hair. Cespedes was able to get over there. You're hoping you got enough of it And Edward just missed it.
Blue Jays have had about 3 of those tonight that have been hit but just didn't carry. Encarnacion didn't really square that up, obviously. But he flies out to left. It's the first out of the inning. Juan Francisco has been aboard twice. He walked in the 4th and had an infield hit in the 5th.
Peyton Hop's got a great sinker, and that's why he is in this ball game right here, to try and get a ground ball. Get out of this inning.
Two and 0. John Navarro did not start this game. Josh Tolley is the scheduled hitter, and Navarro is out on deck loosening up. Three and 0. Taking all the way. There's a strike.
Got to measure that sinker. You got to make sure you get it up right here. Peyton Hop has induced 13 ground ball outs for double plays this year. 13. So as a hitter, you got to make him get it up.
Ground ball. Peyton Hop goes to second. Holt. There's the double play. John Farrell knew that he had that double play in him. Peyton Hop gets the comebacker. The 1-6-3 double play ends the inning, but it's tied at 4. In the 8th inning, Brett Cecil did a great job with a couple of strikeouts to end the 7th. Now Aaron Loop into the ball game.
2/3 of an inning for Brett Cecil, 2 strikeouts. He'll give way to Aaron Loop. 61 games now for Loop. He has been a very valuable left-hander out of that bullpen. He could throw every day if you need him to. He has handled right-handers at 240, lefties just 137 for Loop. He has that ability to get that fastball in on those right-handers, and he'll face 3 of them to start this inning.
Both Cecil and Luke handle righties very effectively. Alan Craig, Will Middlebrooks, Mookie Betts. There's that pitch that works so well against righties, that inside fastball. They just don't see it well. Alan Craig is 30 years old. grew up in Mission Viejo, California. Went to the University of California at Berkeley. Was an 8th round pick of the Cardinals in 2006 and came here in the John Lackey deal.
Took a shot right there. Tried to stand him up. What makes Aaron so effective is he can put that fastball inside the right-handers and then throw that changeup down and away to him. You got to pick one of them to hit.
He sawed him off. Reyes at short, quickly to first. One down. Craig is 0 for 3. Boy, he can get that fastball in on the label, can he?
Yeah, and as a right-handed batter, you say, okay, lefty, I can get this one. But he throws it in there. For some reason, those batters, they just can't pick it up.
Well, Middlebrooks. First pitch changeup for a strike. Middlebrooks had an RBI double in the first inning as he drove in Mike Napoli, and Alan Craig was thrown out at the plate to end the inning. Blue Jays desperate need of a win. They're just a game over 500 at 66 and 65. They have slipped back in the wild card race. Just off the plate inside. The Blue Jays are 5.5 back in the wild card race, but they're behind the Indians, the Yankees, the Tigers, and the Mariners. A lot of teams to leapfrog over.
Yeah, the good news is that the games behind is they're doable. Bad news is you got too many teams that you got to jump over. Right now, John Gibbons and his crew, they're just thinking about how to win this game.
Now, if you take care of business and win your games, then you don't have to worry about other teams. Middlebrooks strikes out. Boy, the bullpen has done a nice job. Cecil struck out a pair to end the 7th. Luke retires the first 2 he faced here in the 8th.
Good changeup. Look how he has that ball tucked back in the palm of his hand. Spins it down and away to Middlebrooks. Picks up the strikeout.
Middlebrooks strikes out for a second time. Mookie Betts is 0 for 2 with a walk. Off the end of the bat, Kawasaki at second. Aaron Luke does his job. 3 up, 3 down with a strikeout. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It's a 4-4 game. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. 4-4 game. The Blue Jays tied it up. Bautista with a home run, his 25th. Bautista becomes just the third Blue Jay hitter to have 5 straight seasons of 25 or more home runs. He joins Carlos Delgado and Joe Carter in that category. Another good year for Bautista.
Yeah, and he missed the first 3 times up. It looked like he had shots to drive the ball out of the ballpark and just missed it. And he finally got a pitch that was up and squared it up and sent a rocket out of here to left center field, tying up this ball game. What's new? The Blue Jays have played a lot of tight, close ball games here at home lately.
5 of their last 6 games here at home have gone into extra innings. Bautista with little information to Kevin Pillar, who'll be the second batter in this inning. Josh Tolley stays into the game and takes a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. Burke Badenhop came in and got Encarnacion to fly out, and then Francisco hit into a double play to end the inning. Ground ball. Craig goes wide of the mark. Pedroia throws a strike to Badenhop. And Tolley's retired. Pedroia zeroed in on the pitcher, who was covering the bag, and threw him a strike first out of the inning.
He's a good player. He can do it all. Colby Rasmus was a late scratch from this game. Was feeling under the weather a little bit, did not take batting practice today, was in the lineup originally, but he is on the bench. Doesn't look like he's available.
Kevin Pillar started in place of Colby Rasmus. Pillar has gone 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Borderline strike. It's 1-1. Ground ball past Middlebrooks. Holt from the hole. Good play. Pillar can run a bit. Brock Holt unloads in a hurry. He's making just his 9th start at shortstop, and he looks like he's very comfortable there.
Made a couple of nice plays in last night's ball game. Gets a good jump on this one. He doesn't have time to plant that right foot and throw across the diamond. He's got to throw across his body all the way from deep shortstop. Have enough on it, and he's accurate. Picks up a nice play to get the second out here in the 8th.
Munenori Kawasaki is 3 for 3. A couple of singles and a double. He's scored a run and driven one in. He's had 1 4-hit game in his career, September 25th last year in Baltimore. He was 4 for 5 in that game with a double.
Crossed up the defense last time up as Casey Jansen gets loose just in case. Pulled the ball to right field for an extra base hit. One and two.
The defense continues to shade Kawasaki to the left side. With 2 strikes, Daniel Nava, the right fielder, moved about 5 paces to his right. You got to believe they're going to continue to throw Kawasaki away. Boy, that doesn't make any sense at all. A breaking ball with 2 strikes, you give him something, you pull down into the corner like he did last time up.
And he'd be standing at second base for extra bases, scoring position. Pitch him away, play him away. You got the defense shallow and pulled around towards the left. And they throw him a breaking ball that he could pull.
Hit him. Well, that's the last thing Badenhop wanted to do. And it made no sense. They were playing him around in the outfield. They threw him a slider and then a fastball inside, just pitching against the defense.
Right off the shirt. That's how you're going to get hit. That's the best place to get hit. Runner on base.
Back to the top of the order. Urias 2 for 2 in his first 2 at bats, 0 for 2 in his next 2, and he has popped this one up. Pedroia, the second baseman, waits on it. We'll go to the ninth. It's a 4-4 game. NFL season is just around the corner. Sportsnet has you covered. How about a little Thursday night football? It all starts September 11th. Thursday night football on Sportsnet. And Pat, I know you're a big Bengals fan. What do you think the Bengals are going to do this year?
Well, go to the
They're
playoffs.
gonna win.
Of course. I hope they win a playoff game. September 11th, we're off, Buck. I think we should be nestled in front of the television to watch that. What do you think?
Sounds like a good idea. NFL just around the corner, and Sportsnet will have the Thursday night football game. It all starts September 11th. Aaron Luke back for a second inning. He retired the side in order in the 8th. Christian Vasquez looks at that changeup outside. It's a 4-4 game. The Red Sox scored 3 in the first and 1 in the 7th. Blue Jays have scored single runs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Jose Bautista tied it up in the 7th with his 25th home run. Aaron Sanchez loosening up. He took the loss in last night's game. Vasquez late on that. R.A. Dickey started. He went 6 strong innings. Gave up 3 runs, just 1 earned run. 5 hits. McGowan a third, Cecil 2/3, and now Luke working in his 2nd inning.
Quick inning, last inning for Aaron Luke, so John Gibbons elects to bring him back out for his 2nd inning.
Changeup is pulled foul.
And that's not a bad thing when they bring him in. In the games where he has worked more than an inning, his ERA 0.64. So they're not afraid to get multiple innings from their left-hander.
Yeah, he has been very efficient when he comes in. Doesn't need many pitches to get through an inning. Now it's full count. Brock Holt, the shortstop, is on deck. He's a left-handed bat. Then after Holt, it's Pedroia, Cespedes, Napoli, 3 right-handers in a row.
And that's why Aaron Sanchez is up.
Pedroia had a 2-run homer in the first. His second home run in as many nights. Another full count pitch to the catcher, Christian Vasquez. Ground ball is short. 1 down.
Reyes has been busy tonight. Been flawless. Wheeling those ground balls. It turned a big double play earlier for the Blue Jays.
Brock Holt. He singled to center field with 1 out in the 7th and came around to score. He scored the 4th Red Sox run that gave them the lead, but it was short-lived as Bautista homered in the bottom of the 7th. There's a base hit to left field. Hope delivers against the lefty. But now John Gibbons has a decision to make. Dustin Pedroia is the batter. He's got Sanchez ready, and looks like Gibbons has made the decision. He's made the call to the bullpen. So Brock Holt, for a second time, has gotten a 1-out single. He's at first base. He represents the go-ahead run. Aaron Loop will come out of the game. Dustin Pedroia will bat against Aaron Sanchez when we come back in this 4-4 game. Ontario and West. Ken Reed, Navalka Osmak. And on Pacific, I'm at a little more baseball. Texas is in Seattle to take on the Mariners. Nick Martinez against James Paxson, the Canadian, in that ball game. So lots of baseball still ahead on Sportsnet Pacific. Aaron Sanchez was the loser in last night's game.
Yeah, an inning, 2 hits, a run, an earned run, big hit by Cespedes. So John Gibbons takes his young right-hander and puts him right back out there. I like that. Give him another chance right there. 16 strikeouts, just 3 base on balls. And he'll get a chance to face Cespedes.
Pedroia homered in the first. Sanchez struck out Pedroia in the 10th, just ahead of the Cespedes RBI single. Good fastball is fouled straight back.
And where Mujica is now getting loose in the bullpen for the Red Sox.
Ball and a strike to the Red Sox second baseman. Holt can run at first. Not going. Pedroia can't catch up to that high fastball.
Holt had a couple of stolen bases in that 10th inning against Aaron Sanchez last night. He got an infield single. He beat out a ball to shortstop. Then he stole second, stole third. Eventually scored the game winner. So you got to keep your eye on him.
Tolle and Sanchez having their problems getting on the same page. Sanchez threw just one curveball last night, and that was the base hit to Cespedes. But we had talked about the challenge for him to get that breaking ball into the mix. There's a breaking ball, and they got a funky swing.
And in a good spot, too. 2 strikes, down and away. And I like what he was saying after the game, too, saying, hey, I made a bad pitch. I threw it with conviction. I just made a bad pitch. I should have got the ball down in the dirt. He goes to the curveball here, and you can see where it is. That's a defensive swing right there by Pedroia.
Well, now he has put that breaking ball into Pedroia's mind. Ground ball. Kawasaki to second. Back to first. Oh, man. What a throw by Reyes. He was in the air. Didn't get much on the throw, but it was bang, bang at first. Brock Holt was all over Reyes on a hard slide at second base.
Didn't think Reyes had a shot. It's a good feed by Kawasaki. It's firm, but you can see he's up in the air, and that just shows you the arm strength that Jose Reyes has at shortstop. Up in the air, he throws it off his back foot, and Pedroia very quickly gets to the front part of that bag and beats it out.
Isn't baseball interesting? Last night, Cespedes had a base hit to knock in the game-winning run off Sanchez. Tonight, Sanchez gets another shot at Cespedes. He overcooked that fastball and bounced it in the dirt.
Yeah, he was throwing fastballs by Yoenis and then throws the breaking ball right here, and it's in a bad spot. You can see the runner at third base. Just a little hanger. Yoenis Cespedes doesn't try to do too much, just goes right back through the middle, and it ended up being the game winner for the Red Sox.
Josh Tolle, the veteran presence, went out and said, hey, Aaron, you don't need to throw it 100. Just make a good pitch and let it eat. Sinking fastball is a terrific pitch. That's what he gets. Ball is bounced to third, and Francisco can't make a play on it. Sanchez went after it. It was over his head. Cespedes has an infield single.
I think the only guy who could have made that play was Sanchez. And once it got by Aaron, watch this fastball, he beats it right out in front of home plate. He can't come up with it. Francisco cannot come up with it.
I mean, that's a tough play because Francisco has to play deep to respect the power of Cespedes. And when he topped that ball, nobody was going to make a play. That's the third hit of the night for Cespedes, an infield single. Pedroia at second, Cespedes at first, Mike Napoli. Well, that's the book on Napoli. Heat him up inside.
Just couldn't extend those arms. He loves to get that ball out over the plate where he can extend through it. That time Aaron tied him up.
Napoli flied out against Sanchez last night. He's 0 for 2 against Aaron. That is a wicked pitch. Might have clipped the catcher totally on the foul ball, but Napoli could only get the top half of that baseball.
Yeah, tough to do anything with this pitch. Watch it going straight down, and it's 95 plus. Right off the foot of Josh Tolley. Pretty nasty.
You throw him a breaking ball here?
No. How about like that first pitch he saw, up and in fastball?
Wow. That ball ate up Napoli. He did all he could to get the bat on the ball. And then when he did, he fouled it right off his foot.
Wow, that one hurt me. I felt that one all the way up here. That fastball's riding in on you. And you feel it coming. You start your swing, and you know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to foul it right off your shin.
Let me tell you something. When you can see that much movement on a fastball in slow motion, it is really moving. 1-2. Sanchez working in back-to-back games. Initially, the plan was not to use him in back-to-back games, but he has been so good and so efficient. He only threw 19 pitches last night.
So he should be okay. Worked back-to-back games in Chicago when the Blue Jays were playing the White Sox.
Upstairs. Sanchez strands a pair. He's got some fans here in Toronto. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth, middle of the order. He was able to get a force out off the bat of Pedroia. Cespedes had an infield hit, and then he blows away Mike Napoli with a high fastball, and there's no histrionics, no pounding the glove, no pounding the fist. He did his job. That's what he's supposed to do.
There's quiet confidence right there as he sets down Mike Napoli with that high fastball. Sanchez has got great stuff. He gets the Blue Jays out of trouble right there. And they'll try and win it here in the bottom of the ninth inning against Edward Mujica. Mujica is the fourth reliever for the Red Sox tonight. Mujica has worked in 52 games with an ERA just over 4. Fastball, he's got a pretty good splitter. Lefties have eaten him up this year with a 341 average.
Melky Cabrera will start things off here in the bottom of the ninth. He takes a first pitch strike. Fouls it back, 0-2. Melky 2 for 4.
And he's got great numbers against Mujica. 5 for 9 with a home run in his career. He's just going to sit back and wait for that splitter. Wait for him to throw it over the plate.
Excuse me, Pat. They both played in the National League, so they have faced each other quite a bit. Mujica knows that, so he's trying to make Melky uncomfortable.
Move his feet. Look at that breaking ball up underneath him and make him move his feet.
He spoils a pretty good pitch. Cabrera, with 2 more hits tonight, has 167 hits for the season. That's the second highest total of his big league career. He had his only 200 hit season in 2011 with the Royals when he had 201.
He's having the same kind of year. Lots of extra base hits.
Deep drive to right. Now I got a good angle on it. He's going to haul it in. With 1 out, now it's time for a preview of what's coming up next on Connected. Here's Ken Reed and Uncle Husband. Thank you, Ken. Of course, the U.S. Open is going on in New York. Jeannie Bouchard in her first match, and all of that will be coming up right after this ball game. Jose Bautista homered in the 7th to tie it up. His 25th home run of the season. Rolls over on that first pitch. Blue Jays have played an awful lot of close games. We mentioned last night was their 5th extra inning game in their last 6 home games. Off the end of the bat. Brock Holt waits on it. It's short. 2 down. The Blue Jays are 12-14 in 1-run games. They have not played 4 consecutive extra inning games since 1991. They had a stretch out on the West Coast, began September 16th at Seattle. They lost 6-5-11. The next night they lost 5-4-11. The third night in Seattle they had a 5-3 win in 12. Then after an off day they went down to Oakland and lost 6-5-11. That's a tough road trip.
I remember that road trip. I was on that team. Lots of extra innings.
You actually pitch hit for Dave Parker in the final game in Oakland. Oakland scored a run in the bottom of the 11th to win it.
Tell you what, when you play games like that, like the Blue Jays have, where you play a lot of extra inning games in a row like that, you become comfortable in tight situations, and you learn how to win games in pressure-packed situations.
That last game in Oakland, the last of the 4 straight extra inning games, Todd Stottlemyre started against Bob Welch. Dennis Eckersley picked up the win in relief. Dwayne Ward took the loss. Some pretty good names on those 2 teams.
Yeah.
With a good cut.
Wardo's in the house tonight.
Yeah, of course, that 91 team was on the verge of becoming a World Series champion. Rance Mullenix pinch hit for you. Got a base hit. And then Mookie Wilson ran for Rance. How about the names on that team? Devon White, Robbie Alomar, Joe Carter, Kelly Gruber, John Olerud, Candy Maldonado, Dave Parker, then Pat Tabler, Rance Mullenix, Mookie Wilson, Greg Myers, Pat Borders, Manny Lee, Turner Ward, and Eddie Zosky. Everybody got in the game. 91. Adam Lynn with a 2-2 count. Driven to center and deep. Mookie Betts back at the track, at the wall, off his glove. Lind is headed for second, and he gets there, representing the winning run.
Mookie Betts has only played about 50 games in center field. He's a converted infielder. He was a second baseman. He got back to the ball off the bat of Adam Lynn. Looked like he had it tracked, but it went off of his glove. Lynn was going to be lifted for a pinch runner. Drives that ball down deep to center field, and Betts gets back. He's playing no doubles, remember, so he's playing deep, and it looks like he gets there, but it's off his glove. Bench is loving that. They think they have a game winner. Reyes, but they have to settle for a double.
Mentioned Mark Burley. He had it sized up all the way. They're going to put Encarnacion on. Tollefson has entered the game as a pinch runner for Adam Lynn. John Navarro has grabbed the bat. He's on deck. He will hit for Juan Francisco.
But if you're John Farrell, this is the right move. You don't let one of the Blue Jays' best hitters beat you. So you got to take your chance with the pinch hitter. Force John Gibbons to make a move.
So both managers moving the chessmen around the board. Navarro will come to the plate with 2 outs and 2 on. The only one that matters is Tollefson at second. Navarro will pinch hit. In this situation, Navarro 4 for 14 as a pinch hitter. Before he steps in the box, Juan Nieves will go to the mound and talk things over with Edward Mujica.
Just a little refresher. How they want to pitch to Navarro. What they want to do. All made possible because of that double by Adam Lynn deep to center field.
Well, Navarro knows what he's dealing with. He has 9 at-bats against Mujica. He is 2 for 9. Tollefson, the winning run at second. Good numbers across the board. Navarro with a career-high 55 RBIs. The Blue Jays have had 7 walk-off wins this season. And 2.
Got to make him get that pitch up, that splitter. Navarro is an excellent low ball hitter.
Cespedes in left field leads the majors with 14 outfield assists. Daniel Nava in right has 6, and it doesn't matter. Navarro strikes out. The Blue Jays leave a pair. Will go to extra innings for the 4th straight game. 4-4. We're headed to the 10th. 4 game. This is his 40th appearance of the season. Jansen was in the ball game on Sunday, and that game went to extra innings as well. The Blue Jays lost that game. Yanni Navarro, the pinch hitter, will stay in the game and take over behind the plate. Danny Valencia has come in to play third base. Valencia will bat in the 7th spot in the order. Tollison remains in the game as the DH. He pinch ran for Adam Lind. This is the 4th straight extra inning game for the Blue Jays. We mentioned the last time that's happened was in 1991. 3 games in Seattle and a 4th straight extra inning game in Oakland. Daniel Nava has gone 0 for 4 tonight. Nava is 0 for 5 against Casey Jansen. Leadoff man is always important, but especially in extra innings, you want to keep him off base. But Jansen falls behind 3-0.
It's been a problem for Casey lately. He just hasn't had that pinpoint control like he usually has.
Finds that outside corner. Jansen came into the game on Sunday and gave up a leadoff base hit to Will Myers, and then Escobar had a single. Kirk Casale had a sacrifice bunt, and then Brett Cecil came into the game. Bouncing ball. Encarnacion will go to the bag and take it himself.
Had a way to come back right there. 3-0, and he comes back and gets a good hitter. First hitter of the 10th inning.
Alan Craig, the first baseman, walked in the first inning and has struck out and grounded out twice since. Blue Jays have out hit the Red Sox 11-9. Junichi Tazawa loosening up for Boston. Craig didn't think so, but it's 0-2.
That's where Jansen has lived, right there to those righties, down and away. So his curveball feels good. Just hasn't been able to throw those pitches where he wants to. He'll figure it out.
91 with the fastball. Jansen got out to a slow start in the second half of the season as he became ill over the All-Star break and lost a lot of weight. Took him a while to regain his strength. Curveball. There's that breaking ball he's been looking for. 2 up, 2 down for Jansen here in the 10th.
He throws it with great arm action. Throws it with quick arm speed, but he flips it out, and it really messes up the timing, especially to the right-handers, as Craig is way out in front of that one. Second time that he has struck out tonight.
Will Middlebrooks takes a healthy cut. Just off the outside corner.
He can cut that ball away from the right hander. He's not afraid to come inside either with that cut fastball.
Perfect pitch. He's zeroed in now.
Down and on the corners. And he's going right. That's where he's living.
Two balls and two strikes. McGowan, Cecil, Luke, Sanchez, and now Jansen out of the bullpen. Popped up over near the Red Sox dugout. Navarro and McConaughy, and everybody converges, but it bounces into the camera well.
Nice catch. Made that one look easy.
Jansen set again. It'll be another 2-2 pitch. Navarro into the game behind the plate. Strike three called. Middlebrooks can't believe it. Kyle Gibson, the home plate umpire, rings him up. Middlebrooks strikes out for a third time. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. It's a 4-4 game. Danny Valencia to start things off. Junichi Tozawa has worked a lot. This will be his 62nd game of the season. Tozawa has pitched a lot in August. He is now going to pitch in 14 of the 24 games the Red Sox have played in August.
And he's put up some very good numbers in those 61 games. 2-3 ERA of 3. Doesn't hardly walk anybody. He's averaging almost 10 strikeouts per 9 innings pitched. Righties 239, lefties 275, all very respectable numbers. But when it comes to the Blue Jays, he has had his problems.
It is absolutely interesting how Tozawa can perform so well against everybody else, but the Blue Jays have his number. When you look at his career numbers, the Blue Jays have worn him out. He has won 3. He's pitched 19 games against the Blue Jays. He has a 687 earned run average. He's got hit hard, 27 hits in 18 2/3 innings, and 7 home runs. No other team has hit more than 3 against Tozawa.
It's amazing. And the batting average against 355 for the Blue Jays. So there's something that the Blue Jays are seeing, picking that baseball up against Tozawa.
Danny Valencia will take his first hacks tonight. He came in defensively in the top half of the 10th. Inside. Valencia 1 for 4 against Tazawa. Tazawa not happy with that pitch. He got away with one upstairs.
1-0 fastball right there. And Danny Valencia had a good rip at it.
Over his last 8 games, Tazawa has recorded 21 outs. 12 of those are strikeouts. Broken bat. Pedroia takes a big hop, waits for Craig, and Valencia's retired. 1 down. Tazawa really sawed off Valencia. Tazawa and Uehara, a terrific tandem last season, working late in the ball games. Tazawa is now 28 years old. This is his 6th season with the Red Sox.
Here's Uehara, who gave up the big home run, or excuse me, the big hit to Edwin Encarnacion in last night's ball game. Tazawa, a little bit different pitcher. It's a little bit more of a power pitcher than Uehara. He still has the splitter, but it's harder, and he uses it at a strikeout pitch.
Tazawa missed the entire 2010 season after going under the knife. He had Tommy John surgery. Kevin Pillar started in center. He's 0 for 4. Pillar has had a good season in AAA, batting .225 in the major leagues this season. Coming into this game tonight, his average down to .205 after the 0 for 4. One thing Pillar has done this year with the Blue Jays is he's won. In his previous 26 games, the Blue Jays had a 20-6 record. Did a nice job filling in, platooning with Anthony Gose in center when Rasmus was out.
Had a walk-off hit earlier this season, a base hit to right field.
3-0 pitch. Taking all the way. Munenori Kawasaki is on deck. He's been on base 4 times tonight with 3 base hits, and he was hit by a pitch. Ball is driven into center, and it's not going to be caught. Hustling into second is Pillar, and gets there. A hustle double for Kevin Pillar, and he gets himself into scoring position.
You know where that play was made by Pillar? Coming out of the batter's box right there. Recognized that Betts, the center fielder, was shading him to right center field. He scorches this ball, and now he says, I got a chance to get 2. Good turn at first base and an aggressive head-first dive right on the bag for extra bases. Look where Betts is playing. He's got a long way to go. Cuts it off, has to stop, recoil. He just doesn't have much on that throw, and that allows Pillar to get into scoring position.
So Kawasaki, with 1 out, has a chance to win it.
It's going to be hard to score on a base hit to the outfield if it's right at the outfielders because they're so shallow.
Little flare. Holt quickly to first, and Kawasaki's retired. Tozawa really jammed Kawasaki. Holt throws him out. 2 down.
He had a chance to win it. He went up there hacking on that first pitch. And now it's up to Reyes.
Now, before we see a pitch, Juan Nieves out once again. He has done this all night long in these pivotal situations.
Little refresher how they want to pitch to Reyes. Look on Jose, especially from the left side. He's been very aggressive early in the count, especially in these RBI situations. He hit the first pitch the other day for a game winner against
Tampa. Saturday. Pilar at second. We're in the 10th. It's a 4-4 game. That splitter off the plate outside. Reyes is 3 for 5 against Tozawa. Just following into the profile the Blue Jay hitters have against Tozawa.
Time to come up clutch right here for Reyes.
Reyes won the game in the 10th on Saturday when he singled off of Jeff Beliveau on the first pitch.
Base hit to the outfield. Got to get those outfielders moving. If it's right at Cespedes on the line, I'm sure they'll send the runner and take a chance, but it's going to be tough.
Craig will go to the bag and will go to the 11th. Blue Jays leave a runner at second base. Tozawa gets out of the 10th. Cardi the next Friday will take place August 29th. The Blue Jays take on the Yankees, 7:07 start. Come on down to Rogers Center early and check out the pregame festivities happening outside of gate number 10. Blue Jays alumni Lloyd Mosby and Candy Maldonado will be signing autographs from 5:30 to 6:30. Call the Blue Jays for tickets at 416-341-1234 or log online at bluejays.com to get your tickets for the next Summer Friday Fan Festival. It's all presented by Bacardi. This is the 4th straight extra inning game for the Blue Jays, and we move to the 11th. Casey Janssen has had 1 appearance this season in which he's pitched more than 1 inning. That was on June 15th at Baltimore. He worked an inning in the 3rd. He threw just 15 pitches in the 10th.
Unavailable yesterday for the ball game. Now he's going to work his 2nd inning. He will work to Betts and Vasquez, the 8 and 9 hitter for the Red Sox.
Ball and a strike to Mookie Betts. Jansen, in his last 4 games, has thrown 3, 1, 4, and 9 pitches. Been very efficient in those 4 outings. 2-1. Fastball finds the corner. Jansen struck out Alan Craig and Will Middlebrooks to end the top of the 10th. And Manuel Nava to ground out to first to start the inning. There's a base hit to right. Mookie Betts stayed on that outside pitch. His first hit of the night.
3 ground outs, a walk, and now a single to right field. He can run. So we'll see how they play it right here. He's got a lot of speed. He's 4 for 5 in stolen bases. Stayed with that fastball. Looked like Casey tried to cut it away. Betts stayed right down on it.
Sergio Santos loosening up. Santos and Redmond, the only relievers left for the Blue Jays.
Todd threw 3 innings in last night's ball game, so you got to figure that he might be down tonight. So John Gibbons running out of options.
Christian Vasquez, the catcher, 1 for 4 so far. He's hit a couple of ground balls. You might think they'd play hit and run with speed at first. Jansen's always around the strike zone. He squares to bunt, bunts it right back to Jansen. They're going to second, and they don't get him. Oh, they do get him. And John Farrell is out of the dugout immediately. Eric Cooper, the second base umpire, called him out, but it looked to me that he was safe.
And John Farrell's going to take his time now and talk to him. Right back to Jansen. Aggressively sets his feet and throws a strike. And this is going to be interesting.
Mookie Betts has good speed, and he spears that base. Boy, that is close. My initial reaction when I saw it live that he was safe. It just looked like he beat the ball to second base.
They're going to review this one. The throw was a little bit towards the third base side of the bag, so Reyes couldn't stretch to the baseball.
So the ruling on the field is a fielder's choice. Mookie Betts is out at second, 1-6 on the plate. Eric Cooper made the call. He's on the left. The crew chief is Tom Hallion.
He's on the bag. You can see where Reyes is stretching for that ball towards third base. He couldn't stretch towards the pitcher's mound where the ball was coming from. So just that split second might have helped out the Red Sox. We will see.
Reyes just couldn't extend toward the baseball. Then you're right, that cost him about a foot. Anxious moment for both ball clubs. We are in the 11th inning, and if this play is overturned at first and second, and they call him safe. So the Red Sox asked for the review of the play, and Mookie Betts is ruled safe at second base.
So now lots of options right here for both teams. Brock Holt grounded into a double play when the first two batters reached base back in the second inning. The Red Sox didn't score. Blue Jays are probably going to play this like he's going to sacrifice.
You would think with the part of the order coming up, Holt, Pedroia, Cespedes. So Betts now at second. Vasquez at first. Holt squares to bunt and bunts a beauty. Jansen tries to barehand it and missed it. It looked like he was going to try to get the lead runner at third. Barehanded, turned and fired to third. That was a risky play.
Yeah, that's always a tough play when you try and barehand the ball, especially if you're not used to it. Team's going to give you an out. You've got to take it. Betts is the runner at third base, and it was going to be very close, even if Casey came up with that play. Tries to barehand it, just doesn't come up on him, and all hands are safe.
So now the bases are loaded. Jansen charged with an error on the play. Holt will be credited with a sacrifice bunt, and the infield's got to play in.
Got to come in. Anything on the ground, you got to go home with the baseball.
Pedroia fouls it out of play.
You know what you don't want to do if you're a runner? Get too far off that bag. In a line drive, you get doubled off.
Betts started it with a single to right. Vasquez dropped down a bunt, and Betts was ruled safe at second. Two and one to Pedroia. Now 3-1.
Decisions for John Gibbons. This might be his last batter right here.
Pedroia hits it into center. Betts is in to score. Vasquez right behind him. Here's the throw to the plate. Not in time. Dustin Pedroia with a two-run single here in the top of the 11th has given Boston a 6-4 lead.
When you bring the infield in like that, it makes a good hitter a great hitter. Easier to find the hole, and that's exactly what Pedroia does. Right up the middle, two-run single, still nobody out here as the Red Sox have broken through.
Dustin Pedroia with a 4 RBI night. Casey Jansen doesn't record an out in the 11th. John Gibbons asking him for 2 innings. Sergio Santos into the game to face Cespedes when we come back. order in the 10th. In the 11th, he didn't record an out, and Dustin Pedroia batting with the bases loaded and nobody out against the drawn-in infield delivers a 2-run single to center.
Ground ball right back through the middle, knocks in 2 more. Sergio Santos is now going to try and clean this one up. 0-3 in ERA over 7 in his 25 games. He needs some strikeouts. And if he can get that slider working, he can do that.
Yoenis Cespedes, a 3-hit game. Takes a breaking ball. Still nobody out. Brock Holt at second. Dustin Pedroia at first. Oh, and 2. Upstairs.
Cespedes was the hero in last night's game for the Red Sox with that extra inning base hit to center field. That was off of a breaking ball. His approach was a little bit more controlled when he got that base hit. That time it looked like he was trying to have the same approach against Santos's breaking ball.
Santos strikes him out. It's the first out of the inning.
That's that wipeout breaking ball that Sergio has. Right off his fingers and in a good spot down. Make that batter reach for it.
Mike Napoli has struck out 3 times tonight. Santos aware that Brock Holt's threat to steal. He stole second and third in the 10th inning in last night's game. Home run cut on a high fastball, and he missed. Santos has the ability to rack up the strikeouts. He struck out Cespedes, trying to keep the game within reach.
That's why they brought him in here, try to clean this one up with that ability to strike out batters, especially if you got a couple of right-handers, and Cespedes and Napoli that are prone to strike out. Trying to keep it a 2-run game right now.
To left, if this is fair, it's way gone into the 5th deck. Napoli put a charge in that high fastball. For Napoli, that's his 16th home run. He drives in 3, and that gives him 50.
Wow, he put a charge into that one. They went to a spot where they've been getting a few of those strikeouts tonight. Up and in, but Mike Napoli got that one.
Three-run home run, 5 runs in the inning. It's 9-4 Boston.
Watch where the fastball is. Up and in, and Napoli, plenty of power. You don't see too many of the balls like this landing that fifth deck.
Got on top of that high fastball. And you're right, that's the pitch that they have given him a lot over the course of his career, and he looked for it, got on top of it, and hit it into the upper deck. Nava pulls it foul. The Red Sox came into this series losers of 8 straight. They won last night in 10 innings, scored a run on a Cespedes RBI single, and they've scored 5 here in the 11th.
This is Mike Napoli's 34th game in this ballpark, his 11th home run here at Rogers Center. He likes hitting here.
He always has liked hitting here at Rogers Center, and he was a Blue Jay for 4 days. January 21st to January 25th, 2011. He was acquired in the Vernon Wells trade along with Juan Rivera from the Angels.
And then they sent him right to Texas a couple
Frank
of days
Francisco.
later. Boy, that would have been nice to see him hitting in this ballpark from what we have seen over the last couple of years.
At 23 last year, 24 the year before in Texas, and 30 in Texas in 2011. 2-2 pitch, fouled out of play. Blue Jays tied it at 4-all with Bautista's 25th home run in the 7th. 3 scoreless innings after that until this 5-run top half of the 11th. Nava rips it down the left field line. It's going to go all the way into the corner, and he's headed for second.
Boston Red Sox had been struggling coming into this series, averaging under 3 runs a game over their last 8 games. Put up a 9 spot already tonight.
The Red Sox have a disappointing season offensively. Came in this game last in the American League in runs scored, last in runs per ball game, and they have opened it up tonight. 9 runs on 13 hits. They've hit 2 home runs. Pedroia, a 2-run homer in the first, and Napoli, a 3-run home run here in the 11th. Everybody in the starting lineup has a base hit, but Alan Craig, he walked in the first inning, was thrown out at the plate by Munenori Kawasaki on a relay throw that ended the first.
A couple of ground outs and a couple of strikeouts, so for 4.
Disappointing season for the reigning world champs. Santos ahead 1-2. Lind had a pair of doubles tonight. He finished up tonight 2 for 4 with a walk. Bautista with his 25th home run in the 4th. Melky Cabrera with a pair of hits again tonight, but Blue Jays are down by 5. Dickey started 6 good innings.
That home run has really sucked the air out of the stadium. They were fired up late when the Blue Jays had a chance to win it.
Well, the Blue Jays in danger of falling to 500. They're 66 and 65.
They haven't been to 500 for 3.5 months.
Two and two. There's a ball driven to right field and deep. Kevin Pillar is going to watch this one sail over the fence. A 2-run home run for Alan Craig, his first in a Red Sox uniform. So now all of the starters in the Red Sox lineup have a hit tonight.
Boy, we're telling you, he's got his power the other way. What a charge into that one. 7 runs now here in the 11th. John Gibbons is going to go out, and he's going to bring Steve Tollefson into the ball game to try and finish this one up. He doesn't want to burn out any more of these pitchers with all these extra inning games, so Tollefson's going to have to finish this one off.
Steve Tollefson will pitch for a second time this season. Rough way to finish up a game. Tollefson entered the game as a pinch runner in the ninth for the DH, and now he'll try to close out this inning. 7 runs here in the 11th. Sergio Santos struck out the
This is the Alan Craig fastball right down the middle. Craig with that inside out swing. He's got power the other way, and he finishes this one off over the scoreboard in right field. 2-run home run, his first with the Red Sox.
3 home runs tonight. Tollefson into the ball game, and it's the last thing a manager wants to do. Team trying to stay in the postseason hunt, and you're late in the season when you got to close it out with a position player. Red Sox have hit 3 home runs in the game. Pedroia, Napoli, and Craig. Will Middlebrooks takes one inside. Tollefson pitched on May 14th here at Rogers Center. The Indians beat the Blue Jays 15-4. It scored 6 runs in the 9th. Tollefson entered the game and gave up a base hit, but faced 2 batters through 4 pitches and got out of the inning.
I always hated facing these kind of guys right here because you're almost expected to get a base hit. It's funny to everybody else sitting on the bench, you know, but you as a hitter, it's going to stay on your baseball card. You're expected to get a hit.
Lonnie Chisenhall doubled off of Tollefson, and then Mike Aviles popped out to end the inning. The only 2 batters he faced. Mookie Betts is on deck. He started everything. Middlebrooks strikes out. The 4th time he has struck out tonight. So Tollison gets the second out of the inning. Mookie Betts started it all with a single to right field.
Saw J.P. and Sevilla a couple weeks ago have to come in one of these games for the Texas Rangers, flipping up a knuckleball up there.
Never a good feeling. Mookie Betts turns on this pitch and drives it deep to left field, but Melky Cabrera is there. Tollison with a strikeout and a flyout ends the 11th. Mike Napoli with a upper deck home run. 7 runs for the Red Sox. On 3 channels, East Ontario and West, and more baseball. Texas in Seattle to take on the Mariners. That'll all be coming up right after this game. Disappointing end to this ball game for the Blue Jays. They have given up 7 runs in the 11th. Heath Hembree making his 3rd appearance, trying to wrap things up here.
Boston Red Sox got Hembree from the San Francisco Giants in the Jake Peavy trade. He's got a good arm. He was a former 5th-round draft pick of the Giants. 2010 out of the College of Charleston. His fastball has hit triple digits in the past. He was a closer for Fresno this year, had 18 saves for the Fresno team. Trying to finish this one off.
Melky Cabrera, 2 more hits tonight. Fastball down the middle. A little bit of an ironic twist to this inning. Steve Tollison is from Spartanburg, South Carolina, hometown of Heath Hembree. Melky Cabrera drives it to center. Mookie Betts runs it down. 1 down.
And he'll get to face Tollison, who was in the game as a pinch runner when the Blue Jays had a chance to win it. Back at the 9th inning. Tollison's on deck.
Blue Jays battled back and tied it up in the 7th. Neither club could score through the 10th, and then the Red Sox busted it wide open. Jose Bautista with his 25th home run. He certainly won't be able to enjoy that tonight. He becomes just the 3rd player in Blue Jays franchise history to hit 25 or more home runs in 5 straight seasons, joining Carlos Delgado and Joe Carter. Hembree pitched in 9 games last year for the Giants, a total of 7 2/3 innings. Mentioned this is his 3rd appearance with the Red Sox.
11 appearances all together in his big league career. He hasn't given up a run yet.
He has been a reliever exclusively throughout his professional career. He's been a closer, as Pat mentioned. Fresno 18 saves. He had a save at Pawtucket before he was called up this season. His first year in pro ball in 2010, he pitched in just 12 games, but in 2011 he saved 38 games.
Came quick. College pitcher.
Bautista takes ball 4. Steve Tylerson will bat. Entered the game as a pinch runner and took the mound to end the 11th. Ball on a strike. Strike 2.
It's a nice, clean, easy delivery right there from the right-hander.
Fouled out the catcher. The Blue Jays spent 61 days in first place. They had a 6-game lead on June 6th. And now they have fallen to 9 games back, in danger of going 10 back.
That is hard to believe, hard to fathom. Played so well early. August has just been a tough month for him.
Tollefson gets a base hit. They are 6-15 in the month of August.
Tollefson squares up this fastball. You got to throw fastballs. You no more walk anybody. So Steve singles to center field. Last year they had a bad August that really hurt the Blue Jays. Same thing this year.
Every aspect of the team has really fallen off second half of the season. 1 out. Carnacion hits it down the right side, but that's going to slice out of play. Blue Jays have really fallen off offensively. Of course, losing Encarnacion and Lind for over a month in July didn't help matters at all.
Tell you another one where it hurt the Blue Jays is when Brett Lawrie was out a long time. Comes back, plays 3 innings.
Yep.
Hurt again, and his season might be finished. That one hurt too.
Lawrie, obviously a premier defender at third base. Missed his glove. Conachon hits it hard and deep to center, but Mookie Betts has room. 2 down. Well, things have gotten awfully ugly for the Blue Jays. You mentioned the Red Sox came into this series having lost 8 straight games. One of their worst homestands in franchise history. 2-9 on the homestand, and they're on the verge of taking the first 2 games against the Jays. 2 outs. Johnny Navarro struck out as a pinch hitter in the 9th. The Blue Jays have left 12 men on base, and they are 1 for 17 with runners in scoring position tonight.
Yeah, they have had their chances, that's for sure. The only innings that they have not left runners on, 2nd and the 7th.
This is their 4th straight extra inning game. The Blue Jays won 5-4 on Saturday against Tampa Bay in 10 innings. They lost 2-1 in 10 innings on Sunday. Lost 4-3 last night in 10 innings, and on the verge of losing here tonight in 11.
We also had those epic extra inning games last homestand against the Detroit Tigers. So they have played a lot of extra inning games lately in this ballpark.
This is the 6th extra inning game in their last 7 home games. There's a drive to right. Daniel Nava back, and he's not going to get it. Bautista comes in to score. Tollison is hustling in behind him, and Navarro drives in 2.
It's a pitch out over the plate from Embry up, and he scalds it to right field. Nava's been catching this ball all night. Can't come up with this one as it bounces off the wall. A couple of RBIs, but might be too little too late for the Blue Jays.
It is now 11-6. Danny Valencia is going to drive in a run. He goes after the first pitch. Navarro's around third. He's going to score. Valencia with a double. And now Nieves back out to the mound to talk to Embry, and the Red Sox are going to loosen up Craig Breslow. Might be a little overreaction.
11-7 now, as Valencia's double got him that much closer.
Well, you got to admire the spirit of the fans that have stayed.
Yeah.
"15 pitchers in this game, including Steve Tollison."
I ran out of spots on my scorecard. There's been so many relief pitchers tonight.
Kevin Pillar hit a double in the 10th. And Blue Jays a chance to win it. That came with one out. Then Kawasaki would ground out to short. Reyes grounded out to first to end that threat. They had a hustle double into center. Mookie Betts going to his right, and Pillar hustled into second with a head first slide.
But the Blue Jays are going to win it there after that play. That was an electric play by Pillar.
Breaking ball in the dirt. It's 2-2. Tomorrow, Joe Kelly will go to the mound for Boston. Marcus Stroman will take the hill for the Blue Jays. Kelly acquired from the Cardinals along with Alan Craig in the John Lackey deal.
Tell you what, the Red Sox have done their homework when they wanted to go ahead and trade those veterans. They got the guys they wanted. This is one of them right here. He's got a good arm. Keith Embry. Got him from the Giants again for Jake Peavy.
Yeah, they did a nice job. They got younger, they got cheaper, and they got some talent. And they just signed Rusney Castillo, an outfielder. This is popped up down the right side. Nava giving chase on the warning track. It's out of play. The Red Sox are retooling, and retooling in a hurry. Mike Napoli more than likely be part of that. With Ortiz, Cespedes is in place. Castillo is a young outfielder that they signed to a $75 million contract, so he's going to play.
And they'll find some pitching. I think the Red Sox feel like they can buy some pitching in the wintertime through the free agent market.
Another pitch spoiled by Pillar. Well, there are some interesting free agents on the market, including John Lester. I don't expect Lester to go back to Boston, but James Shields is somebody that the Red Sox know very well, having pitched for Tampa Bay for so many years. Munenori Kawasaki's had a 3-hit game. Bouncing ball. Holt at shortstop. Just in time, and that's the ball game. Boston with 7 runs in the top of the 11th, run at 11-7. Tough loss for the Blue Jays. Disappointing night. 4th straight extra inning game, and they lose it. Connected coming up on East Ontario and West. More baseball on Pacific. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow night.